we all came from. Familiar faces, one by one. Seems everybody's moving on. Every step I take feels like someone gets left behind. But it's their choice and that's okay. We'll keep that fire burning bright. So tell me it's over, that all things are too late.
Hello, everybody! Oh, voice crack. Hello, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining the stream today. How's your Sunday going? I hope your Sunday is going well, at least better than mine. In any case, welcome back, everybody, to the Chill Art Sunday. Thank you for joining. Hope you are doing very well, that your weekend has been a good one, that your week also was a good one, and as always, I hope you are doing better than me, at the very least. Anyway, so I was supposed to stream yesterday, for the record. I was meant to play part 5 or part 6? I forget. Anyway, I was supposed to play Albion yesterday. I was supposed to do the gaming Friday yesterday, even though it was Saturday. But I already explained to you why I have been doing the gaming Friday on Saturdays. But that's not the point. Point is, I was supposed to stream yesterday. I actually was going to stream yesterday. I even began the preparations to start streaming yesterday. But then something happened and I ended up not doing it, and I'm not really gonna go bother you with details. But here I am today with the Chill Art Sunday, my favorite one and also the most difficult one to do. Anyway, last Sunday, of the last weekend, which was last week, last week, because whatever. On that Chill Art Sunday, I actually live streamed from Linux on my PC. I was not running a virtual machine. I was streaming from my actual PC. I mean, even if it was a virtual machine, it would have been my actual PC. But what I mean is, I wasn't using a virtual machine when I did the Chill Art Sunday last Sunday. I actually installed Linux on my PC, a spare hard drive, but still, and that's where I streamed from last Sunday. The point of that stream was to basically, well, not really prove to myself that it is possible, rather, where the fudge am I going with this? The point of that stream was for me to see how feasible it is for me, how possible it is for me to make my art on Linux. And long story short, I do not want to migrate to Windows 11 when the time to leave 10 comes, so I want to use Linux, like many other people do, and you should too. Anyway, but one of the major roadblocks that I've ever had in switching over to Linux from Windows, I actually already tried to do this switch a few years ago when I migrated away from Windows 7 to Windows 10. I didn't want to use Windows 10. I still don't. But that's not the point. Point is, one of the major roadblocks that I've always had with this idea of me abandoning Windows and moving over to Linux and daily driving Linux was my art. I am a digital artist. I may not be a professional artist, but I am an artist nonetheless. And the programs that I need for my art, they are Microsoft Paint for my sketches, CorelDRAW for drawing the line arts, the final line arts using vectors. I don't have to do it that way, but I prefer to do it that way. It's easier for me. And also Photoshop for coloring, Photoshop for coloring, for shading, for doing effects, everything else. So I use these three, and they are only available on Windows. And when was it? I think it was 2021. Yes, I think it was 2021 when I gave Linux a more serious-ish look into to see how possible it would be for me to switch over to Linux and still do the stuff that I do on Windows, art-wise, that is. Other things too, but specifically art, for the sake of this conversation. And unfortunately, at the time, it was not possible. I couldn't find any suitable replacements for my daily drivers. Maybe I should say, my art softwares that I normally use. I couldn't find a suitable replacement for them. Alternatives or even versions of the same programs for Linux. And no, GIMP is not an option. It was at one point, but I tried it. It's garbage. It's not suitable for me. It is not at all a replacement for Photoshop, and I proved it many times on stream also. Don't make me do it again, because I will when I can. I can and I will. But anyway, it wasn't possible for me to switch over to Linux. Art was one thing, also there was gaming, but in the past few years, mainly thanks to Valve, many things have improved a lot on Linux, gaming primarily, of course, but also other things. And for the past 3 or 4 weeks, more or less, maybe about a month now, I have been working on my install of Linux on my PC. I learned a lot. I broke a few things. I fixed a few things. But mainly, going back once again to the context of art, I have found suitable options for programs for me to make my digital art on Linux. And last week's Stewart Sunday was to do just that, to actually see how possible it is to use the options that I found to make my art. And I do believe it is now possible. Yeah, I actually was left very impressed with the results from last Stewart Sunday. Mainly Krita. I loved Krita. I didn't use Krita much. Actually, I didn't really use the programs that I tried on that stream. I just checked them out. I checked some of the most basic things that I need out of Paint, for example, out of CorelDRAW and Photoshop. But the little that I tried out of those programs, especially Krita, I was left very impressed and actually quite happy with the results, because it generally seems that now I can move over to Linux, at least as far as my art is concerned, and still be able to do my stuff without having to touch on Windows again. And that is fantastic if it can actually really be possible. It seems like it is, but there's only one way to find out. And that is to make some actual proper use of those programs. Not just open them up, check a couple tools, see if Krita can make a selection so I can make a mask layer, for example, which GIMP cannot do. God. Oh my god, I genuinely got angry when I tried the GIMP on stream. Actually, I always get angry when I try GIMP. Anyway, so no, today I'm gonna go further than just trying a few basic tools and basic functionalities of those programs. Just to finish what I was saying about Krita, that I got very impressed with Krita and happy with it. At the same time, I also was left very extremely disappointed, because I can't use my Photoshop brushes on Krita. It's not compatible. I checked, I researched, it's not possible. Technically might be possible if I extract the PNG textures out of the brushes and then rebuild the brushes in Krita, you know, making new brushes using the original PNGs used for the brushes on Photoshop, and recreating their settings and whatever. Long story short, recreating the brushes out of the PNGs from the original brushes in Krita. I gave a little look into that. It seems to be possible. The problem is, well, I could do that. The problem is, I have literally hundreds of brushes on Photoshop. Hundreds of them. I don't know how many they are, but there are hundreds. That much I know. I don't know the total amount, but they are literally hundreds of brushes. And you have to bear in mind, I have been doing art, digital art, for close to 20 years now. And for close to 20 years, God, that's a long time. And for close to 20 years, I have been collecting all of the best brushes for Photoshop that I could find. I have brushes now that you cannot even find on the internet anymore to download. If you wanted to use the same brushes, you can't find them anywhere. Believe me, I tried. But I have them. So, and I have some very, sure, I can learn to, I can relearn to do some things, some effects and stuff with Krita brushes. Krita has some amazing brushes. But the problem is, on Photoshop, I have some very specific brushes for some very specific kinds of effects and stuff. It also goes toe to toe with my workflow. Point is, I unfortunately am not ready to abandon those brushes, so until further notice, I can't really migrate over to Linux, because even though I can install Photoshop via Wine, which is a compatibility layer for Linux that allows Linux to run some Windows programs, although I can install Photoshop on Linux through Wine, and I did, the performance is horrible. It is incredibly laggy, and worst of all, I do not have pen pressure on my drawing tablet, and I absolutely need pen pressure when working in Photoshop. That is a must-have. So yeah, I still don't know what I'm gonna do about that, other than, well, basically relearning everything, but with Krita. But one step at a time, right? The first step was to check if Krita can execute at least some of the more basic functions, some of the more basic things that I need out of Photoshop, and it can. Excuse me. Rather well, actually. I was left very impressed with Krita. And it is a 100% free software. It's free, it's open source, although you can buy a paid version on Steam. It is available there, but as far as I am aware, it is the exact same version you can download from their website for free. It is available for Linux, it is available for Windows. I think it is available for Mac as well, not that I care. But anyway, it is available. So yeah, last Sunday I checked at least the most basic things that I need out of the programs that I'm used to using on Windows. I checked if the alternatives on Linux can perform what I need out of them, and they seem to be able to. They can. And now it is time to make a proper test drive. It's like last Sunday was as if I went to a car dealer and I checked, I looked under the hood of the car that I was going to buy. I checked if the engine is nice. I checked the dashboard. I sat on the driver's seat, but I didn't actually drive. Maybe I started the engine a little bit, revved up a bit, vroom, vroom. But I didn't actually drive the car. Today, however, I am going to be driving the car. I'm going to take out some of those programs for the test drive, though I'll probably only be using one of them today. But I don't know if you can tell, I am not on Linux today, I am on Windows. And I could, and probably should, be doing this test drive on Linux, but the problem is, I am using a mechanical hard drive as the boot drive for Linux, and as we have learned, and I expected it to happen, as we have learned from last Sunday livestream from Linux on a hard drive is not a good idea. There are moments that Linux got the whole operating system, the whole PC got so slow it started to freeze. Actually, everything crashed at one point. I had to reboot the PC because of that. So, but I mean, I was expecting that kind of stuff was going to happen, because I was aware of the performance of running that distro of Linux that I have off of a hard drive. So I was expecting that, and yeah, so I could be doing this stream from Linux again, but I do not want to have those issues again. So the programs that I want, they do have Windows versions, so I don't really see a reason to not stream from Windows, where I am not going, well, at least the chances that I'm gonna run into those performance issues are very slim, because my Windows is running off of a SSD. So yeah, performance is going to be better. I think I hardly ever, if ever, I ever had a moment when streaming where the PC crashed because it got so slow. I don't think that ever happened. I can't remember the time it did. So yeah, that's why I am on Windows today. But there's a hair going into my eye that is bugging me a lot. Man, I need a haircut. Anyway, shall we do some art? Yeah, we shall. So, Out of the 4 programs that I checked last Sunday, only 3 of them are available on Windows. Last Sunday I checked Color Paint to work as a replacement for MS Paint. Windows does not have a version of that, although I could run it on a virtual machine, but I don't have that set up yet. I mean, I have the VM, just not the program. I mean, I have the program, it's just not working properly. That's no point. Point is, Color Paint does not have a Windows alternative, but I did check 2 programs that could potentially replace MS Paint, and oh my god, I love this version of Paint. It's amazing. The only thing keeping this version of Paint from being absolutely perfection is just layers. If they had added even a simple layering system here, even if it gave us only three layers to work with, that would already be excellent, because Paint is such a flexible program. It gives me, I don't know about you guys, but I love drawing my vectors. Paint cannot do vectors. I love drawing my sketches in Paint because it gives me such a level of control over sketchy pixels, that I couldn't find this level of freedom and control over them in any other program. Like, look at this. I can draw a line, and if I make it wrong, I can just very quickly erase it by just right-clicking. I don't have to go over there, click on the eraser, you know, switch tools and that stuff. And it just works. It's great. Sure, it doesn't have layers, but that's fine because I already learned how to use the program. This works perfectly for my sketches. It's perfect. I actually prefer to use Paint over any other program for drawing my sketches, even Photoshop, which is far more advanced than Paint. There are other programs, of course, besides Photoshop that I could use instead. Like I could use Paint.net, for example. I have some other programs installed that can do better than Paint in all capacity. But Paint is the one and only that gives me this level of freedom and control over those pixels, and I really like it. So yeah, on Linux, it seems like Color Paint can do very well as a replacement for Paint, although I haven't given that one a proper test drive to see how actually possible it is to use it as a replacement for Paint, because the interface is very similar to the older version of Paint. You know, the one from Windows 95 to Windows XP. No, actually, no. All the way up to all the way to Windows Vista, from Windows 95 to Windows Vista. So Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows Millennium, Windows 2000, Windows XP, and Windows Vista. And Windows Server 2000 and 2003, and all other server versions based on Windows 9X and Windows 2000 or Windows NT, if we are to think of those ones as well. But I don't think they should really count. Oh my god, my RAM usage is very high. I need more RAM. Very bad time to need RAM. Anyway, point is, I digress. The interface of Color Paint is very similar to the interface of older versions of Paint. For the sake of comparison, here's Paint as it was on Windows 7. This is actually the same version from Windows 7 that I am running on Windows 10. Anyway, this is how Paint is on Windows 7. I believe on Windows 8 and 8.1 as well. Yes, that's right, and on Windows 10 as well. Windows 11 originally shipped with this version of Paint too, but then they decided to change it, make some improvements to that version, to Paint on Windows 11, which I tried on stream before, making some actual use out of that. They added layers, which was a good thing. Problem is, they made everything else worse. Go figure, Microsoft. Anyway, so for the sake of comparison, here's Paint on Windows 7, and here's Paint on the older versions before Windows 7. And the interface on Color Paint is very similar to this, where you have the most basic tools, not the most basic tools, you have all the tools right here on this side of the screen, and you have the color box down here on this corner of the screen. Which, actually, can you move this on Color Paint? You can do it on older versions of Paint. Like, look at this. I can put it over here. I actually can attach it over there, which is very neat. But anyway, I can move the toolbox as well. Can I put it down here? No. Anyway, I actually can put it down here. It's kind of neat. Anyway, Color Paint is very similar, but I did notice on the little that I tried of it that it is a little more advanced than this older version of Paint. And I think in many ways it is as quote-unquote advanced as this version of Paint, but in some other areas it is a little more limited, like the older versions of Paint, like this one. Like I didn't use Color Paint much, but the little that I did, I couldn't really figure out how to make the eraser any bigger than the default sizes that you get, you know, from here, for example, on Paint. I couldn't figure that out, because on this version of Paint at least, you can hold Control on the keyboard and press minus or plus on the keyboard as well, the numpad. Actually, can you use this one here? Yeah, no, it has to be on the numpad. And you can change the size of the eraser, also the size of any other brush, even the pencil tool as well. And that was also possible on these other older versions of Paint. Like if I grab this eraser here, the maximum default size is this here. And that is very tiny. But if I press Ctrl plus on this one, I can make the eraser big and bigger and bigger, and it just keeps going. Actually, I don't think this older version of Paint has a limit on how big the eraser can be. Mind you, this older version of Paint that I have open here right now, this is the version from Windows 2000, because the Windows XP version and above, they do have a limit to how big the eraser can be. And I hardly ever need to use this version of Paint here, but the very few times that I do, it is because of how big I can make the eraser. But anyway, I digress. Point is, I couldn't figure out how to make the eraser bigger on Color Paint. But anyway, how the fuck did I get to talk about this stuff? Anyway, so Color Paint was one option, but another option was a program called Penta. Now, Penta seems to be as flexible and powerful, maybe, as Microsoft Paint in regards to the freedom and level of power that it can give me over drawing with pixels. But it is more advanced than Paint. I didn't use it much, but I can tell it probably might be the perfect replacement for Paint. Maybe even better than Color Paint. I also tried Inkscape for replacing CorelDRAW. And where is it? There it is. There's my precious. And Krita for Photoshop. So that was all of that rambling was just to give you a little bit of context. So what I'm gonna be doing today is to give these programs a proper test drive. I am going to draw something new. I have a lot of stuff in progress that I haven't finished yet, but I'm not going to work on any one of those things. Not today. Today I am going to start something new. It is going to be something simple. I'm just going to Draconify another emote. I need water, hang on a second. But it should be enough to give me a good idea of how possible it actually is to switch over to Linux to make my art. Because what I'm going to draw today is stuff that normally I would start drawing on Paint, then I would move over to CorelDRAW to draw the final line art using vectors, and then I would move over to Adobe Photoshop to color everything. I'm not going to be using those programs today. I will instead. Color Paint doesn't have a Windows version, like I said before. So since Penta does have a Windows version, and it seems to be as capable, maybe even more capable than Color Paint and Paint itself, that is what I'm going to be using for the sketch of the new thing that I'm going to be drawing today. So instead of starting with Microsoft Paint today, I'm going to start with Penta. When I am done sketching, I am going to draw the final line arts using vectors with Inkscape instead of CorelDRAW. And when it is time to paint everything, to color the final thing, I'm going to be using Krita instead of Photoshop. Though for today's stream specifically, I will likely only be using Penta because I always take a very long time to finish my stuff. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna reach the end of the stream today in about 3, 4, 5 hours from now, and I'm still be hardly done with the sketch. Anyway, enough rambling. Let's paint, or let's draw. Yep, enter. Boop. There's Penta. The interface is exactly the same on Windows as it is on Linux. I haven't, excuse me. As I said before, last Sunday I didn't actually use this program. I only checked out some of the most basic things that it can do, and essentially all I did was check if I could draw with pixels, if I could erase by right-clicking like I can on Paint, and look at this, I can. It works perfectly. And I think I tested if I could erase colors, you know, like the eraser trick on Paint. I don't remember how I did it, but I remember that I reached the conclusion that it is possible. But that is everything that I tried with this program. After that, I moved over to Inkscape and Krita, and I actually spent more time with. I might have spent more time with Inkscape than Krita. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out why I couldn't draw just a line, why I was filling everything. Anyway, what is? I didn't spend much time with this. Not today. Today I will be spending time with this. And this is a whole new interface. I'm gonna have to learn this interface. First of all, can I customize this interface? It is not very different from old Paint. For now that I notice this, look at this. It has the colors box, the colors box, right down here. Actually, you can't see the colors. You can only see part of them. Hang on a second. Let me remove this Christmas decoration overlay just for a moment so you can see the colors box. Hang on. Yeah, there. Right down here you can see the colors box. It's such a strange thing to say, colors box. It doesn't really roll off the tongue. Anyway, you can see the colors box on this is not Krita, this is Penta. On Penta, and for comparison, here's the color box on old Paint. See that down there? It's very similar. Can you switch with X? Oh yes, you can switch between the secondary and primary colors using X. Awesome! Anyway, it is very similar. The tools box is also in a similar position like the old Paint, so that is very neat. Let me bring this thing back. There we go. Let's begin with some customization. Can I move these around to somewhere else? Not that I need to, I'm just curious to know if I can. Doesn't seem to be possible. Let's see what are the options here. File. Very standard. Edit. Redo. Ah, you redo with Shift Control Z on this one. Can I customize that? I would like to. I prefer Control Y. It's simpler. Plus, I have one of my buttons on my drawing tablet already set up to Control Y for redoing. Excuse me. Palette. Alright, view, zoom. Oh, nice! I can use Control 0 to fit the screen. Good. Canvas grid. What is this? I don't see a grid. I don't think that actually did anything. Oh, I gotta click this. There. I didn't see that there. Alright, grid. Oh, I didn't mean to click layers. Ah, fudge. I'm not sure I'm very fond of this menu, to be honest with you. You gotta click too many things. Show, hide, menu bar. Please restart Pinta for changes to take effect. Okay. Is it gonna put the menu bar on the top like it is on Windows programs? Because I actually prefer that. And I think it is more practical. Oh, yes! That's better. It does, I think it maybe might take a little bit away from the usable real estate for the canvas, but that is more practical. Now I don't have to click more than twice, actually not even more than once, to gain access to these submenus. Yeah, more practical. The fewer clicks, the more practical something is. So yeah, rulers. Show, hide, ruler. Nice. Can I... No, I can't drag to set rulers on the screen like you can on Corel. And Inkscape. Let me disable these rulers, I don't need them yet. Color scheme. Light. My eyes! Alright, let's go with dark. Layers. Alright, so this is the standard stuff for the layering system, I see. Import from file. Okay, I think I know what this is. By the way, I don't know if you can hear, but it's thundering outside. If the stream suddenly goes offline, it's because I probably either lost internet or power. I hope it rains, actually. It's too hot. Anyway, adjustments. Oh, it looks like I might be able to even make some effects with this program. God, my mouth is very dry. Ooh. Nice. The hell is a Voronoi diagram? Ooh, that's pretty! Oh, I think I'm gonna have fun with Pinta. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Effects. Oh yes, you can make effects with this. So it might be way too soon to say this, but it looks like Pinta might be some kind of in between Microsoft Paint and Photoshop, at least as far as basic things and advanced things are concerned. Oh, that's nice. Add-in manager. Can I add in things? What can I add in? I don't know. Let's see. Pinta add-ins for the truly insane. This pack focuses on what? Oh, the description's right here. Excuse me. This pack focuses on glitch effects. Oh hell yeah, I'm installing this thing. The following packages will be installed. Yeah, do it. Block brush. A rectangular block-shaped brush. Sure, let's install it, why not? Night vision effect. That is already installed. Pinta add-ins for the truly insane. This pack focuses on glitch effects. Oh, there, I misclicked, never mind. Night vision effect. A simple add-in that will recolor your image so that it looks like a night vision picture. That sounds fun. Simple add-in that demonstrates how add-ins work. I don't think I need that one. Is that all? Is there no more? Well, I think I can download new things from the interwebs. Hang on. Pinta add-ins. Oh, they have an add-in depository. Repository. Well, this is just a list. But hey, they have things. Nice. No, wait a second. That's well the same things. Allows you to upload your images to websites currently supported in Gerd. Okay, so this feature doesn't seem to be as advanced as I was expecting. But hey, fun. Paint can do any of those things. Anyway, what else do we have here? Window. Help. Penta version 3.0.5. Okay, that's fun. But let's do some art, shall we? Let me go to my art folder and let's take a few samples, because since I'm going to be making a new emote today, I want it to be standard like the others. So the last one that I made was this one, which actually I think I finished tweaking. I just haven't really released the final version of this yet. But anyway, I just made this emote 2 Sundays ago. Yes, it was 2 Sundays ago. Maybe 3. I don't know, my memory sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna make a new one today, and I'm gonna draconify the Pog emote. But I want that one to be the same size as this one, because this one was the same size as this one, and all the other ones that I made so far. So let's begin by opening this file. Can I open this in Penta? Yes, I can. And I can use tabs on this thing. Nice. But I would like to put this stuff a little further up. Can I do that? I don't think I can. What is this stuff? New, open, save, cut, copy, paste, undo, redo, crop. Nice, you can crop. This select. First of all, let's close this. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like I can move or modify the interface in any way, but that's fine. Oh, it also has a history list over here, like Photoshop. Cool. Oh, can I add... Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say, can I add the color wheel over there? But no, the colors are down here. Can I add a navigator? Like Photoshop and and Krita have. No, it doesn't have that. Yeah, it doesn't have that. It's fine, no problem. No problem. Alright, let's begin now by saving this as a new file, because all I need out of this is actually just the size of that circle there. That is all I need out of this. Let's, hang on a second, let me check this file first. Yeah, okay, that's right. Let's make a new folder here. Let's call this folder Pogderg. Yeah. Copy this address. Save as Scraps01. Oh, it's so cool that I can zoom in and out using the same keyboard shortcuts as in Photoshop. Oh, I'm liking this already. Alright. Before I can draconify any pogs, I first need a reference, because I don't know how to draw pog from memory. Pog. I mean, I can draconify the original pog, but there is a dragon. Yeah, that one. It's a Komodo dragon, but still, it's dragon-ish. Anyway, I think I'm gonna use this as my reference. Let's download this for reference. Let's bring this into Penta. Can I remove this background like I would be able to in Photoshop? Can I do it in Penta? Because I'm sure I can do it in Krita, And if Penta can't do it, I'm going to use Krita to do that. Otherwise, if I were using Microsoft Paint today and I wanted/needed to do that, I would use Photoshop. But since today is all about the alternatives for Linux, let's see what I can do here. What is this tool? It looks like the magic one, yes, and the keyboard shortcut for this is S, it's not W. Yeah, by the way, can I change the shortcuts? Can I customize them? I'm not seeing a preferences or properties or something like that to customize anything. Yeah, that option doesn't exist. Okay, no problem. Alright, let's see. S. Wrong key. Oh, that is S. Wait. That is also S. Oh. You gotta press S a few times to cycle through which one of these tools you're going to use. Alright. Gotta get used to that. Anyway, can I unselect using Control D? Yes! Awesome, I can. Alright, let's... that's very blocky. Replace... Union, exclude, no. Let's try this here, let's try tolerance. Let's increase this. Oh, is this like in Photoshop? Let's try 32, because in Photoshop I do use a 32 something. Frick, I forget. What is it called? Hang on, let me check the name in Photoshop. Oh my god, my back is sweating a lot. I'm not going to use Photoshop, I'm just going to check this same tool in Photoshop. Oh yes, actually it is the same thing, tolerance. Actually, I'm not sure if you can see it right up here on the top of the screen. You can kind of see it. Tolerance 32 anti-alias enabled. So yeah, let's set tolerance to 32, which is the same setting as in Photoshop, though I don't know if it is going to work the same way. Flood mode. Contiguous, global. I don't know the difference. That's global, that's contiguous. Well, only one way to find out. Oops. Alright, let's see the same thing now using the global option. It seems to be about the same. Yeah. But it doesn't do a selection. It doesn't make the selection as well, excuse me, as Photoshop does. At least it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, no, because we can still see a lot of the purple around the head of this Komodo dragon. Just for the sake of experimentation and comparing the differences, let me do the same thing in Photoshop. Again, I'm not going to be using Photoshop for this, for today's stream, or for any step of this picture that I'm going to be working on today. I'm just going to compare these two tools in these two programs. So here's how that... I gotta unlock the layer first. So here's how it works in Photoshop. That's the wrong layer. Actually, it's not very different. It's just Photoshop does a better job, a little bit of a better job at removing the background with this simple selection than Penta does, but they are actually very similar in that regard. What if I increase the tolerance? So let's double it. So 32, what is the double of 32? For 62. No, wait. 64. I'm bad at math. Now it's selected way more than it was supposed to. Oh no. Oh my god, now this Komodo dragon is like, oh, what you have done to my face! Yeah, no, let's keep this at 32. 32 is fine. I just need this as a reference after all. It doesn't have to be perfect. Is it going to make any difference if I make a layer underneath this one like I did in Photoshop? Can I move the layers? You know, switch positions? Oh, that hides the layer. What is this? Merge layer down? No. Move layer down. Yeah, I can. It's just I just can't drag them around like I can in Photoshop. Move layer up. Okay. All right, that's one way to do it. So okay, that's fine. It's not as advanced as in Photoshop, but that is great. That is great. It's great that I can move the layers. That is. It would be better if I could just click and drag them around like in Photoshop. But this is fine. This works. All right. Yeah, no, that doesn't make a difference. No problem. Control A to select everything? Is that a thing? Yes, Control A select. So let's Control C to copy this and Control V to paste it over here. Image larger than canvas. The image being pasted is larger than the canvas. What would you like to do? What would you like to do to the canvas size? Preserve. Can I resize this? I can move it around. Yes, I can oh, yes, I can. Ah, yeah, nice. Okay, nice. I can do that. Now, here I am doing everything on the same layer, which is how it would go on Paint. But on Paint, upon pasting the thing that I want to use as a reference on top of this other older reference here, I would remove the transparency on the background. Can I do that on Penta, like I would do in Paint? Because obviously the alternative would be to just paste this on a new layer and then erase that there, or erase that first and then paste this on top. Alright, Team Rocket are nothing if not entrepreneurial. Team Rocket is awesome. Yeah. Those guys are awesome. For villains, they are very awesome. Anyway, can Penta do it like that? Let's see, what are these options here? Recolor. That's, I don't know what that did, but it's not what I want. Let's see, move selection. Also move selection, but a different one. Clones. Oh, you have the clone tool here. Cool. Zoom, pan, lasso, magic wand, paintbrush, pencil, eraser, paint buckets, gradients. Oh, you can do gradients here. Nice. Color picker, K. One thing that I always wished Paint had were keyboard shortcuts for its tools. Paint doesn't have that. Paint does, so that's fun. Line, curve. Oh, it has the curve tool. I need that. I use that a lot on Paint. Rectangle, rounded rectangle, ellipse, and a freeform shape. So no, it doesn't seem to have that same functionality as Paint does. Unless it is done some other way. Oops. I don't know what I did. For comparison, here's how this would go on Paint. Alright. Oh. Right, I forgot Paint does that when you paste something that is transparent. In any case. Actually, no, hang on a second. I can work around that. Anyway, here's how it would go on Paint if I had a transparency enabled, which is what is happening here. Right, I would paste on top and it would be there, and then all I would have to do was go here and disable transparency, and there we go. It replaced the thing that was back there. On Penta, that doesn't seem to be an option unless I can do something about this by right-clicking. No. I'm not sure what I just did. Yeah, no, I'm gonna say it is not an option. No problem, that is perfectly fine. Let's just make a new layer. I mean, I don't have to make a new layer, I can just erase this thing from here. Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec, my Stream Deck is running low on charge. Let's plug it in. There we go. Alright, let's erase this. Can I erase this in the same way that I would do in Paint? What? Yes, I guess, kinda. I mean, I could just select on Paint and press delete, but this also removes the background. Okay. I mean, I could, I maybe should be using layers on this, but I want to start simple like I work on Paint. I know how to work with... Could you get out of here, ants? Oh my god, there's a bunch of ants on my cup of water. Why? Stop, get out of here. It's water. It's nothing sweet. Stop invading my water. Seriously, I thought I had gotten rid of these ants ages ago. I bought some ant poison and I put around. It disappeared for a long time. Now they're clearly back. God damn it. Oh, they seem to be gone for the moment, but they are definitely going to show up again very soon. Unfortunately, the annoying part is that I can't do anything about that. Anyway, I know how to use layers. Obviously, I just don't want to. Let's do it in an alternative way. Can I make the brush of this pencil bigger? Oh, that zooms. Alright, if you just press minus or plus on the numpad, it zooms in. What if I control plus? No, that also zooms in. Alright. Normal blending override. What is that supposed to do? Maybe it's not applicable to the pencil tool. But I don't think I am seeing anywhere an option to make the brush any bigger. What is this? Zoom out. That's the size of the canvas, right? Yes, I think it is. Yes, it is, because this over here is the coordinates of the mouse cursor. Zoom in. Oh, I can control the zoom level here. Nice. 3,600%. That is very close. Okay, set this back to 25. No, not 25. Wait, wasn't there like a shortcut for best fit? Was it Control B? No. I saw a shortcut for that. Hey Riptane, happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Zoom, normal size, best fit, Control B. That's not doing what I was expecting what I was going to do. No problem. But yeah, I don't think I can make the size of the brush any bigger. I can do that on Paint. That is not a criticism to the program, it's just I wished it was possible. But again, not a problem. Alright, I will make use of layers. Fine, Penta, you win. Let's, wait. What is the shortcut for the paint bucket? F. Alright, F for fill. There. So now let's go to this layer. Grab the... What is the shortcut for this one? S. Grab the selection tool. And do this. There we go. I have erased the thing. And let's merge down. I was busy ripping a VHS to .mp4 for someone. Couldn't use the PC for 80 minutes for that. Don't use that fake Heretic POG emote. Only use the OG. Oh, you're referring to this one. Yeah, you missed it. But when I, by the way, awesome that you are working on a VHS. I still have a bunch of VHSs. They are stored away on a room in the backyard there. I hope they have not deteriorated. Problem is, I don't know if the VHS players we have, they still work. Anyway, man, I miss using VHS. Yeah, you missed it earlier when I was sourcing the reference. I said that I could, maybe even should use the original one, but because I'm going to be drawing a dragon, I think this one might work a little better as a reference. Which is the reason why I am going with this one instead of the OG. Alright, so forgive me for doing this choice. Alternatively, sure, I can do this instead and use... The fudge is this? Anyway, and use like something like this, for example, but then at that point I'm not really referencing and almost borderline copying the work of some other artist, and I am not that kind of guy. Not gonna lie, these are cute. Anyway, so yeah, that is the reason why I am going with this and not the original. So, yeah. Alright, let's copy this and let's put it over here for a reference. Let's preserve. And how do we resize again? There. Put it over here. Oh, I see. To enable resizing. Oh my god, this. To enable resizing, you first have to press Control. So this can happen. And then I actually can release the thing so long as I keep holding click. But then to resize everything evenly, I hold Shift, and then it works like this. Okay. Learned. And if I release everything, release a click also, then I can drag it again. Okay, let's put it here for reference, right? Oh, I don't have to click on the thing itself to move it around. I can just click anywhere on the canvas. Alright. Alright. I did not expect that was going to happen. Okay, Heretic POG lacks the emotion the OG has. Just a wide open mouth. Well, yes, but I mean, consider dragon. I am going to draw a dragon doing a POG. Dragons do have a large, wide mouth, you know, because they're dragons. They're dergs. I'm gonna put the OG here as well for reference. To reference the emotion as well. All right, that is actually a good idea. But first, let me figure out the background situation here, because when I unselect, it actually removes the background. Is it going to do that if I make a new layer below it? Okay, hang on. I am so confused right now. Control D, F. All right. Paste, preserve. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna keep this layer here. There. Can I rename them? Yes, I can rename them. Base background. Oh, I didn't see the other options there. What are they? Blend. Oh, I can use. Oh my god, I can use the blending modes. Oh, that will probably be very useful in the future. Anyway, let's grab the original for referencing the emotion itself. Of course that thing is on Firefin. Of course it is. Of course it is. There was a reason why they stopped using this guy for the Pog emotes on Twitch and other platforms. I don't remember, but it was some kind of controversy involving the guy. I don't think I ever really knew what it was. Frankly, I don't really care. Yes, open image in new tab. Copy. Actually, I'm gonna save it. Yeah, save it there. But since this does not have any transparency, let's just paste it here. Let's paste it on a new layer. Wait. Yeah, I've got to get used to these tools. So select all and copy. Now we go here, preserve. Huh. Okay, paste on a new layer then. No, move it up. Is there a keyboard shortcut for doing this? No. Preserve. Oh, okay, so Penta does not select stuff in the same way that Photoshop does. So the way selection works in Photoshop, when you press Ctrl A on a layer, it selects only the element itself. So for example, if there is transparency all around this head, which it does, if this were Photoshop, the only stuff that would get selected is actually more or less around this area here, you know, only up to the boundaries of the image that is on this layer. Penta, on the other hand, oops, no, I don't mean to do that. Penta, on the other hand, selects the entire canvas, regardless, the entire size of the canvas, regardless of the transparency present there. Now, my question is, if I resize this here, over here, is it still going to be an even selection? I mean, a proportional resizing. Wait, no, that's not how I do it. I think it's this tool here. No. Oh, actually, I already applied the thing. Okay, let me do this again. Preserve. Okay, it does work just fine. Excellent. It does work. Alright, there we go. Now I have both for reference. I'm trying to right-click this layer to gain access to the merge down option like I do in Photoshop. I forgot. It doesn't do that here. Instead, I gotta click here. There we go. Now it is done. I know what I'm gonna do. There. I'm not sure what I just tried to do here, but whatever. Okay, give me now the pencil. Yes, pencil is P. FA being FA, right? What a surprise. Also, let me read more messages there. I think I'm, oh yes, I did miss something. It's just a wide open mouth. Oh, there's a YouTube link here. The new one just looks like he's screaming. The OG one has the mouth smaller and more stuff all going on with the eyes and cheeks. FA being FA. Yeah, he said something libtard. So he got cancelled. Oh, so I'm going to assume that this link here is for what he said. All right, let's see what that was. At 2:05. Let's see. I can clearly see I'm not the only one who was curious to know what the fudge happened. So let's see, what did he say that got the lefties so triggered?
He's good.
For the record, whatever happens here, it's not my words, it's the video.
Text.
Also, this is kind of loud. Let me lower the volume.
Okay. Oh, sorry. No, I was going for the.
You know, let's go back a bit because I think I might have missed it.
The links are all in the description. He's Gutex. Okay. Oh, sorry. No, I was going for the clap. No, we're good. Don't worry.
Alright.
So far, he hasn't said anything.
The tripod. Boom! Bitch slap the tripod. Boom!
Is that it?
Alright, go ahead.
Because if it is that, that's stupid. But then again, considering who got triggered, it's not a surprise that it is stupid anyway. That's just the emote context. Oh, that's the emote context. Bro, rechat, sorry. Anyway, yeah, someone said something that gets those kind of people triggered. That's really stupid. Those people get triggered by stuff is stupid. And anyway, let's start drawing. What is a keyboard shortcut for the color picker on this program? I think it was K, but I'm gonna press I anyway. Yeah, it's I. Let's see. Yes, it is K. Let's sample. Is this the same shade of gray as down here on the color box? No, they are different shades of gray. Oh, actually, the color box on Penta has 4 shades of gray for the default colors. Now, of course, you guys can't really see what I'm doing here on the color box because the Christmas decoration is on top of it, but don't worry. Just believe what I say. Yeah, now on Paint, I always use this shade of gray here to begin any sketches, but I'm gonna use, because that is one of the default grays. It is this one here, the lighter one. But since I am using Penta, I'm gonna use only what Penta gives me. So I'm gonna use, instead of sampling a color from there, I am going to sample a gray color from here. And let's get white for the primary color. That way I can have my magic eraser. Let's pick the brush, the pencil, I mean. The context for the removal, let's see. Every time I go on Wikipedia, I click on dark, wide, and then on the next time that I visit the site, it is all reset. Anyway, let's see, removal. Some Twitch users in 2020 petitioned for Twitch to remove. Whenever you read some and petitioned to remove, that usually means a very minuscule minority of people, and by minuscule minority of people, I mean a very low number of folks, like literally a handful of people, relatively speaking. A minority, but a very loud one. Anyway, some Twitch users in 2020 petitioned for Twitch to remove Ryan Gutierrez, or Gutierrez? In Portuguese, this would be read as Gutierrez, as the face of the POG champ emote, following numerous claims of Gutierrez promoting far-right conspiracies. I really don't believe I need to read any further into this text to already know and understand exactly what the guy said. Yeah. Blue hair inability to select the I could bet money that I don't have to read. I'm not gonna tell you what I have in my mind as for what he said, but I'm gonna read it anyway. But I am pretty sure I could bet money that I know exactly what he said. Maybe not word by word, but the same thing essentially, to get him canceled. But I'm gonna read anyway. Let's just to confirm if what I am thinking is indeed what transpired. On January 6th, 2021, Twitch announced... hang on, let me finish reading here. Conspiracies such as anti-vaccination conspiracies and spreading misinformation and denial of the virus that came from that country there. The one of the very few countries that most disrespects anti-pollution laws, and for some reason that country is never held accountable for any of it. Curious. On January 6, 2021, Twitch announced that they would remove the original Pocket Champion mode following comments from Gutierrez on his Twitter page supporting further civil unrest in response to the death of a participant in the United States Capitol attack occurring the blah blah blah. Gutierrez responded to the removal of the original Pocket Champ critically several weeks after the removal, saying rhetorically that at social media companies sitting through his posts and to follow them. The judge and okay, so this doesn't look like mentions of what exactly he said. They look for people that are trying to incite violence, but that's not what they found on my account. Yeah, it doesn't say the words he used, but I mean, the second I read this here, that's all I need to know. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I need to know. I already know enough. Alright, so let's do this. There's another ant in my water. Stop! It's water! God damn it, go find your own. Jesus Christ. Leave my water alone. Alright, so what I needed out of this here was actually just the size of the circle here. For reference. No, hang on a second. Yeah, that's right. Actually, partially, because what I actually... Well, I need both of them. No, not that one. I mean, it could be that one. What I will mainly need... Well, after I draw the little doodle to start the thing, is actually this circle over here. Yes, that's the one I'm going to mostly need. But let's begin with this here. First, let's make this thing exist. Actually, you know what? Let me use a different color, since these shades of gray, they are blending in too much with one another. That is confusing me. I forgot to do my hand stretches before I started. This is getting in the way a little bit. Let me do it real quick. Excuse me. But yeah, it sounds to me that this guy got cancelled for really no reason at all. And I say this, well, why am I saying this? Let's just say that a lot of those, what they call far-right conspiracies, turned out to actually be true. And I'm not just saying that, you can just look it up yourself. So yeah. Okay, that should do it. Gotta have flexible fingers to work my magic. And just as I finished saying that, I realized how out of context that phrase can be taken. That could go on a list of things you can say at work and in bed. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, let's draw. Oh yeah, that feels much better. What? Oh, that was weird. How do I redo again? Control Shift Y? No. Control Alt Y? No. Frick. What is the shortcut for redoing? Control Shift Z. There. Alright, that is not a perfect circle, but it's fine. I just need a reference for the size. Alright. And now, let's remove that original gray from there. I'm gonna try to do this the same way that I do on Paint, which is by selecting the color that I want to erase and have it as a primary color, have the background color as the secondary color, and in this case it's white. Now on Paint I would use the eraser for that. Oh, I can change the size of the brush on the eraser. Nice. Anyway, I don't know if this eraser is gonna work the same way here. Let's find out. Right click, just erase. Oh, this is anti-aliased. Normal, smooth. I don't really see a difference. Oh, okay, I see. So smooth. No, I don't know. Never mind. All right, so that was left clicking. What if I right click? Okay, so the eraser on Paint does not work the same way as the eraser in Paint. So lesson learned. Didn't I figure? I mean, didn't I? Yeah, didn't I reach the conclusion last Sunday when I tried out Paint a little bit that you actually can erase a color like you can with the eraser trick in Paint? I could swear I did. I have a memory of that happening. Did I imagine that? Yeah, right click to erase secondary color. The eraser does it. Here. Left click to erase to transparent, right click to erase to secondary color. Hang on, let me hide this base layer here. Okay, so that is erasing everything basically. Should I have the gray, which is what I want to erase, should I have it as the secondary color then? Is that how this works? Let's switch. No, right out is the exact same behavior as Paint. Oh, you know what? Actually, the color that I have as the secondary color might not be white at all. It might... That is white. What? Wait. I'm learning. Eraser. Switch white back to secondary. I am confused. The description here makes me understand, or maybe I'm just choosing to understand it this way, but anyway, it makes me understand that it will erase whatever is... Actually, no, I think I am just understanding what I want to think it actually says. So right click to erase to secondary color. In Penta in this case, it actually means to apply the whatever color you have as the secondary color, apply it on top of everything. It does not take into consideration what color you have selected as the primary color. So just to give you an example, here's how this works in Paint. Alright, same image, right? So on Paint, you grab the eraser, and in this case I want to remove this shade of gray from the picture. I want this to become all white, which is the same color that I have for the background here. So on Paint, if I want to do that, I select the color that I want to erase. I have it on the primary color, which is up here, see, color 1. And if I left click, everything gets erased as expected, but if I right click while having white as the secondary color and this shade of gray as the primary, and being white also the color of the background, what this is going to do is only erase the color that I have on the primary color while applying in its place the secondary color. And you actually can use this to recolor anything, basically, like let's change these grays for blue, for example, without affecting the red. So you can do that on Paint. Paint, on the other hand, it does not work that way, clearly. I can't switch colors like that. So how can I erase this? God damn it. Every time that I'm gonna take a sip of my water, now I'm gonna have to look for ants. And I just had to remove another one. There is a way, and I will find it. Now, obviously, I could just have drawn the red on a different layer, which maybe I should have done it, but it's, I mean, it's me. What is this? Oh, recolor. Left click to replace the secondary color with the primary color. Right click to reverse. I found the solution. So Penta can do the same thing. It just has a different tool for that. Though yes, this does have anti-aliasing. No, because I'm working with pixels, I do not want anti-aliasing, so turn it off. Yeah, it seems to have turned it off. What happens if I lower the tolerance? Okay, let's enable anti-aliasing and try it again. Okay, so I think tolerance only applies to when you have anti-aliasing enabled. So let's keep this on 50, which was the default value, but disable anti-aliasing. And let's make this brush bigger. That's very big. I wish you could actually see the brush though. That would help. Alright. Yeah, let's just leave it there. Now let's recolor that red using this gray. There we go. Same thing, just different way to do it. Give me the pencil. Give me Give me the white for the background again. Alright. Back mobile. Alright, welcome back. Rate your sushi plate. I saw the photo earlier. I don't think I can really rate it because I never had sushi. But I mean, the plate looks nice. Although those are some very big sausages there, I didn't know you could sushi involved those. But it looks nice. But I don't know if I would like sushi if I tried it. I mean, it's raw fish. I'm a carnivore. Well, I'm a carnivore, but I prefer my meat cooked. Anyway. No, how do I pick this one? Oh, it's S. Unselect everything. Okay, I want to move this one. Wait, how do I move it? Ah, there. Okay. I'm learning. Alright, how... Oh, sorry, I forgot to give a rating. As someone who has never had sushi before, I think I can rate that as a 10 out of 10. It looks nice. How do I start this? Try Met Brochen then. I have no idea what that is. The fudge is a Met Brochen that I'm very likely mispronouncing. Google it. Met, also known as hackpeter, is a preparation of minced raw pork seasoned with salt. For some reason I was gonna read ice. Seasoned with salt and black pepper that is popular in Germany. It is frequently spread on halves on a bread roll with raw onion originally on top. It looks nice. You have to forgive me for what I am about to say. This might be a culinary sin from the point of view of some folks, but if I were to make this, you know what I would do? I would... hang on. I have or had one of these. I can't find the damn thing anywhere. Here. I have one of these, or actually this one is identical to the one that I have / had. This is made of iron, and we usually use these to fry steaks. Anyway, if I made this, I would take this bun, I would flip it upside down, and put it here to cook it. I would absolutely 100% do that. I would, because that is raw meat and I need my meat cooked, okay? I mean, we just have to say I would at least give it a try, but I look at this, my brain goes like, nah, you gotta cook that thing. Cook it. I gotta find that thing. I have no idea where it went. Hey Spartan, happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How to start World War 3. Yeah, I would absolutely do that. Excuse me. Alright, how am I going to start this? I'm just now realizing I have never drawn the dragon that I'm going to be drawing here as a Pog emote. I've never drawn that dragon with his mouth open like this. Never. The closest that I ever got to that was a complete sideways view. But I don't think I ever drew him with his mouth fully open, where you can see the inside, like that. How the hell do I even do that? Well, basics first. Let's first draw some boxes to be the structure of sorts, I guess. I don't know. I say let's draw some boxes, and then I immediately begin drawing curved lines. Looks like how some snakes unhinge their jaw to swallow prey. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think Komodo dragons can do that, can't they? I know those things usually swallow their food all completely whole. It's weird. Nature is weird sometimes. I mean, Ripton, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. And technically speaking, I actually should know how to do that. I used to know how to do that. But that was 2008 and earlier me. That guy's kind of dead. Okay, so these curved lines that I am trying to make here, they are basically to give a reference to myself as to where the eyes should go, at what height, which angle they should be looking at, you know. But here's the thing though. The way that I'm trying to do this would mean having the eyes looking up in that direction, but on the original one here, they're basically looking straight forward. It's just the mouth is open down, the lower jaw is dropped. So also the guy is looking straight forward. That is how I should do this. So instead of drawing like this, I should have it like this, but a little more turned to the left there. Yeah, more like this. Okay, now I'm gonna draw the box that I was talking about. So this is to be the muzzle. Now, first of all, eyes will go here, right? Also, I do think the muzzle should be slightly raised a bit. Actually, no, what I should do this the way I usually always start anything. Instead of trying to give a step bigger than my legs. Now that just looks weird. Let me redo this here. Actually, no, I'm gonna redo the whole thing. Are you doing a lizard or a dragon? I am going to draconify the Pog emote. That is what I'm going to be doing. So technically speaking, both. Although also technically speaking, you have to remember, dragons, they are essentially giant lizards, but they run cat software. So in a way, I'm going to be drawing a cat. But I'm going to draconify this emote here. I'm gonna make a dragon version of it. Last time that I drew something on the Chart Sunday, I made this here. I draconified the Think emote, and I ended up with this here, which by the way, that one is available on Twitch for you guys. Sorry people on Picarto, can Picarto even use emotes? I don't know. I mean custom emotes, that is. I never looked into that. I mean I did, but that was some time ago. And last time I did, it wasn't a possibility. Albert oil, some really good raw pork. Yeah, I would cook all of that. Actually, I just remembered. My dad once told me he tried sushi. He tried sushi once. It was either him or someone he knew It was some time ago. I don't really remember the story. All I do remember is that whoever tried it asked for the sushi to be cooked, and that was at a Japanese restaurant. Whoever it was, either my dad or a friend of his, he asked the sushi to be cooked. But I think it was my dad. He absolutely would do that. My dad was awesome. What? Yeah, he did. Then again, you have to remember, Brazilians, they usually tend to get incredibly creative with foods, especially when the food is not from this country, if it is some food from other country. But yeah, sometimes a little too creative. I know, I think this line for the eyes is just way too up there. You know what, I should just start with the horn. Yes, this should give me a little better reference. Frick, how the fudge do I draw a dragon head? Oh, you know what's wrong? I'm usually used to drawing my dragons usually facing this way rather than this way. So I think that's why I'm having some difficulties here. Yeah, this feels more natural. Weird. I mean, I could flip the whole thing and then flip it back, but no. I will just brute force this. It's gonna happen. But damn, it looks weird. It feels weird. Oh, it really feels weird drawing face in this orientation. Why? Oh, I hate it. I hate that it does. I hate that it does feel weird like this. Hang on. Control A. Can I flip the whole thing? I can do it on Paint, obviously, but well, that should obviously be possible here, but I don't know how to do it yet. Oh, I can invert the selection. Nice. Image, resize canvas. Here. Rotate 180. No, flip horizontal. Alright, I'm gonna flip back. It's just so I can actually get through this. That still looks a bit strange. So, by the way, for anyone joining the stream now, I'm using Penta. What the hell? I'm not. I am using Penta instead of Paint, MS Paint, to draw my sketches because I want to migrate away from Windows when the time to leave Windows 10 comes. I don't want to go to Windows 11. And one of the biggest roadblocks for me to be able to use Linux as a daily driver has always been my art. I need my digital art programs, and find alternatives for them on Linux has always been a no-no because they didn't exist until now. Last Sunday I tried Linux. I actually streamed from Linux. And it looks like now I actually can get some very good alternatives for my Windows programs to do my arts. And Penta is one of them. Precisely, Penta would be replacing my MS Paint. And today, although I am back on Windows, I am drawing something new using Penta. Just like I would be doing with Paint instead. I'm starting something new for real, and this is going to be an actual artwork. But instead of using Paint, I'm using Penta. So if I were on Linux, you know, I could be doing this on Linux. So yeah, that's why I'm using Penta. And after Penta, I'm gonna use Inkscape to draw the final line arts, using vectors, and then Krita to color everything. Yeah, now this here is just the initial doodle. I'm essentially drawing the reference that I'm going to use for the actual sketch. So this does not have to be perfect. I just need this to give me a reference. Yeah. Is there a keyboard shortcut for flipping the thing? No, there isn't. No problem. Let me read the chat there. I missed a few. You guys are talking about food. Stop. You're gonna make me hungry. It was promising. How was it? The bad one, the part there. Yeah, some of those things you got on that sushi plate there, the most expensive thing you got, everything. I'm pretty sure some of those would be very expensive here. And then again, what isn't expensive here? Bob, you moved my fan. It's no wonder I am sweating. My cat has been keeping me company here all day today. He's laying right next to me. But sometimes he likes to push the fan away. And he is sleeping right next to the fan. He's actually touching the base of the fan. And he has been ever so slightly and progressively pushing the fan, making it turn away from me. It's been so gradual, so slow that I didn't notice until now. Remember when I said that my back was sweating a lot? Well, that's why. Because the fan was blowing air to the other direction. He's such a cute cat. If he was clean and wasn't shedding so much fur, I actually would pick him up and show you guys, because he's really cute. Really cute. But alright, I am talking way too much and drawing way too little. Sorry guys. Cat gem indeed. I should Draconify that one as well. I should Draconify everything. Okay, let's begin now. Let's begin proper. All right, so now I have the essentials for the head, kinda. Let's now draw a face here. Let's draw the basics for this dragon. I forgot how to draw. No, I didn't. Once I start, it will come back. Let's begin very simple. I'll get there, I promise. I'll do it. I know it almost looks like I don't know how to draw. In fairness, I haven't drawn this dragon in a while. Not fully, that is. The one emote that I drew last time, this one, that one doesn't really count because I didn't really draw this dragon with all of his usual features and details and whatnot. Whereas this time, I will. So that eye is out of place, but it's fine. And again, this here is essentially just going to be a little doodle. It's basically the sketch for the sketch. Oh, you know what I'm doing wrong here? Besides a lot of things, I was going straight from the muzzle and snout to the mouth. But the way I usually always start is by going huge impeachment against Moraes. Oh god, how I wish that actually would happen. Anyway, the way I usually do is I draw all of them as one single thing. I do the muzzle, the snout, the chin over here, and then I go all the way to the lower jaw. This gives me some assistance with proportions. It helps. It's not a perfect solution, but it helps. And you know what? One of the things that I usually say when I am working on any art: basics first. I am right clicking. Why is this not working? There we go. Again, this does not have to be perfect. This is basically just the sketch for the sketch, if that makes any sense. I know I am weird, alright? I work different from other people. I work very different from other artists. I am likely the only one. It might be I might be overreaching here when I say this. It might be an exaggeration, but I think I might be the only artist who uses Corel Draw to draw final line arts for my art. I haven't ever heard of anyone who uses Corel for their digital art, particularly for drawing the line arts. But I do that. Okay, so this is going to be his right horn. Alright. But there's the left one. Now, the back of the head, although I don't need to draw his neck, but I will start with having the neck in the first place, again, for reference for the proportions. I need to move this eye. Can I do it on Penta? Let's see, lasso. S. S for lasso, that makes sense. Okay, so now M. Okay, so I can do it, but unlike Paint, I can't enable transparency for the color white. So if I'm moving much further here, I'm gonna be erasing, quote unquote erasing, some lines that I drew there. Okay, no problem. I just need to have it here. Yeah, oops. Okay. Alright, so I got the basic shape of the head in place. You know what, I should probably save this. Okay, I'm assuming that file is actually this file, so let's save. Always save your progress often, whatever you're doing, because you never know when something might go wrong and you might lose everything, so always save. Oh, it's starting to rain. Lovely. There we go, it's saved. Okay, so now that I got the basic shape of the head in place, let's draw his mouth. And the way I always start with that is by drawing the mouth closed. I first draw the mouth closed and then I open it, whenever I am drawing something that requires a character to have the mouth open in the first place. Or your sushi is even better. Why, are you saying you made some fake sushi there? But yeah, I always start with the mouth closed, and even if I'm drawing a dragon that is with the mouth closed but smiling, I always begin with a serious expression. The smoked salmon was really good. Also, real wasabi tastes nothing like the crap you buy at stores or even. I've heard wasabi is something extremely spicy. But I don't know, I never tried that thing before. You know, something that I used to like a lot and I actually used to have sometimes when I was a kid, but I never saw for sale again anywhere. Tartar sauce. I used to love tartar sauce. I actually would make sandwiches using tartar sauce, whereas I could instead use mayonnaise or butter, for example. Sometimes we'd buy tartar sauce at the supermarket, so I could spread on the bread. But I haven't seen tartar sauce since, I don't know, I think last time that I saw it for sale anywhere was in the late 90s. And that was a while ago. The vast majority of Fortnite players weren't even born yet. His snout is a little twisted. No, I need to change this. Is L for the lasso? No, it's S. S for the lasso. M for moving? Yeah, that'll do. It doesn't matter that I don't get this quite right. I just need this as a reference for the actual sketch that I will yet draw. Okay, so that does it, I think, for the most essentials. Now let's open his mouth. I'm gonna do it with using red. Okay, for this, I will have his muzzle a little higher up. Just ever so slightly. Because if I don't do that, it's going to look a little weird, I think. Yeah, because there's got to be an angle. No, like there is here. Yeah, there should be something kind of like that here. The guy, obviously, he doesn't really have that kind of angle because it's a human. Our jaws, they cannot, our jaw can't open like a dragon's. So the guy's here for referencing the emotion, the expression. The Komodo dragon is here mainly for the anatomy. Or more precisely, the anatomy of the pose itself rather than the actual anatomy of the actual creature. Alright, let's see. Also, I think I maybe might want the head to be turned a little more to the right rather than the left like I actually did there. And I'll change that later. For now, I just need a reference for the reference. And yes, I did just say reference for the reference. I'm weird. Deal with this. No. If I do this... Hold on, let me think. Okay, here's something that I can't do on Paint. But I think I might be able to do it here on Penta. Give me the lasso tool. Can I tilt? Can I tilt this whole thing? Let's see, image. And by tilt I mean rotate. Well, I can rotate, but only by 90 degrees. I cannot rotate this freely. However, if I were using Paint for this and I need to rotate the thing like I need now, and I've done this before in the past, I would use Photoshop to make the rotation. But because I am using only alternatives to test out if I actually can make my art on Linux, I am going to use Krita to do the same thing that I would use Photoshop for. I am going to use Krita to rotate this pseudo sketch, and then I'm gonna bring it over here. New image, create from clipboard, create. That looks a bit messy. No problem. The one thing I didn't like about Krita is the color selector. I really would prefer something more similar to what Paint and Photoshop have. But it's fine. Okay, so on Photoshop, now I would press Ctrl T if it works. Ctrl T works. And I would just do this, although without anti-aliasing. Can I do that on Krita? No. No. Pattern scale. What is this gonna do? Whatever I did, it doesn't really seem to be what I needed to. What if I drop this all the way to 0? No, it is still anti-aliasing the pixels. No, I can't have that. It's gotta be possible. I'm pretty sure it is possible. I just don't yet know how. I mean, on Photoshop, this is actually incredibly easy because all I gotta do is disable, well, not disable, but switch one option. Here, let me show you. Come on, make a new document, please. I don't know why I did that, but whatever, doesn't matter. Point is, so on Photoshop I would do this here, right? Control T to make that selection there. And then I would just go here on interpolation and set it to nearest neighbor. So interpolation is what I should be looking for here on Krita. It's gotta be here somewhere. It's gotta have it, I'm pretty sure it must. Maybe here? Because I'm seeing an angle right here. An angle selector. Although I think this is for angling the canvas itself, so no, that's not what I want. Interpolation. And of course, more ants on my water. Oh my god, why are there ants here? It's water. There's no sugar here, it's not food. Go find your own water, you dumbasses. And you know what's most annoying about these damn ants? I'm pretty sure if I look at my mug here, which did have something sweet in it, there's no ants. Yep, there are no ants on my mug. If I move my glass of water over there, they're gonna start showing up over there. Here, I'm gonna put it just to prove my point. There. Now my glass of water is right next to my mug. What the song is? It's The Tale of Trixie by someone. I actually don't know who the artist is. It's right here on the top of the screen, right here. Actually, the name of the artist is not available here. Let's find out who it is, because I honestly do not remember. I think it's this one? Pony Degeneracy. Hang on, let me pause this and let me confirm. Yes, it is. That's the one. By Pony Degeneracy. I hope I pronounced that right. Running around mobile. Alright, fair enough. Now, on mobile, I would assume it might be impossible to read that. But it's that guy. What was I doing? Right, I was looking for interpolation. It's gotta be around here somewhere. trim, rotate, shear image, mirror, scale. Oh, no, I didn't mean to click that, sorry. I don't know who I'm apologizing for. Or two, I mean, whatever. Offset, resize, image split, wavelet, decompose. I have no idea what that is. Or maybe I do and I can't remember. Either way, interpolation. Filter, tools, scripts, no, settings, Dockers.
And Trixie said, I'm but a humble magician who seeks not such fearsome responsibility.
Gamut, grid,
Among my fellow ponies,
log, palette, patterns,
magic you see, and the
small color selector, snapshot, storyboard, symbol, task, touch Docker, undo history, white gamut, no. Or I'm gonna Google it. Let's see. Krita interpolation. Animation curves Docker. Because most things can be boiled down to numeric values, for example, opacity as a percentage on the position of a transform mask, and because computers are great with math and automation, we can plot and visualize the change in values over time on a simple 2D graph. I don't want to do graphs. I want to interpolate. What's more, we can also draw lines and curves that show the computer how we want it to calculate the values in between each of our plotted keyframe values, a technique known as interpolation or tweening. Alright, that's not the kind of interpolation that I am after. Let's try rotation interpolation. Can you interpolate in Krita? No, that's not it. Transform tool. Tool options. I have that right here. Let's see. Free transform, filter. Nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor, I found it. I think I found it. Let's find out. Hey, I did! Yeah! Alright, I would eventually have found that, I think. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. I did. I made it. Alright, excellent. Okay, let's now... Oops. Oh, that's the history. I thought those were the layers. Derp. Merge everything. Flatten image? No. Copy? No. Oh, maybe it is flatten image. Yeah. Alright. So Control A, Control C. Let's go back to Penta. I'm gonna make a new layer actually. Can I move this box to down here? No, I can't. Or maybe I can. Because that minus icon over there, it implies that I can remove the box. So if I can remove the box, I'm going to assume I might be able to re-add it to somewhere else, running the risk of breaking everything. I am going to click this button and see what it does. It does exactly what I thought it did. Okay. Now, can I bring that back? And can I put it in a different place? So that was the layers, right? The layers. I mean, it should be in view, shouldn't it? How do I bring the layers box back? Can I right click here somewhere? No. Uh-oh. I will figure it out. It is definitely possible to bring it back. Otherwise, it would not have the option to remove it in the first place. It's not gonna be layer properties. Yeah, no. Maybe it's one of these here somewhere. No. Cut, copy, copy, merge, paste, paste a new layer, paste into the new image, select all, deselect, erase, fill selection, invert, offset, palette, view, zoom, zoom, normal, best fit, full screen, canvas grid, ruler options, show hide. I mean, I would assume it would be in here, but no. Two windows. Okay. So that's not it. Auto crop, resize, flatten, layers, adjustments, effects. Oh, it's not going to be in effects. Okay, I am not finding the option to bring back the... Wait a second. Oh! That didn't remove the thing, it minimized. It minimized it. Ah. Okay. I didn't break anything. I just got confused. Alright, but I would like to move the history to above the layers box. This is really not possible. Hang on. Google! Help! Rearrange tools box Penta. I misspelled rearrange. Fantastic. User guide. Are you telling me to read the instructions manual? Hang on. Let me try something else. Rearrange layers box position Penta. No, I don't want to edit the layer properties. Nah, I don't think it is actually possible. None of these... Yeah, none of these are for what I want. Alright, no problem. It's no big deal. What matters is that I didn't break anything. But it would be very good if I could actually have these in the position that I like. But it's fine. I can do this. Shut up, phone. Can I really not drag these out of here? Yeah, no. They can't be moved. Fine. Alright, so I was going to make a new layer here so I can paste this in place. There. And now I'm gonna draw over it. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect yet. This is just going to be the reference for the reference. Well, the sketch for the sketch. A reference for the sketch. Yes, that makes a lot more sense. That's good enough for that. This horn should go in a slightly different place. Yeah, that should be good enough. Okay. Okay, so now this looks like a mess, and it is. So let's get rid of the mess. I forget, what is the keyboard shortcut for this one? R. Right, R for replace. Okay. Now wait a second. Why is the red getting lighter? Huh. Oh, dummy. The thing that I'm trying to erase is... No, wait a second. No, it is on this layer. What? Wait. What? This is the recolor, right? Yes. Left click to replace the secondary color with the primary color. Right click to reverse. And what I want is to replace the primary color with the secondary color, which in this case is white with black. And for some reason when I right click, it just erases everything. Why is it doing that? And why is it that when I left click, nothing happens? What if I flip these colors? Oh, uh-oh. Why is it still doing it? I have no idea what just happened. I have no idea what just happened. What I do know is that it is not really doing what I was expecting it to do. It's not doing what it says on the tin. Why? Do I have to merge the layers so it actually will work the way I want? Alright, let's try. It is replacing some colors, but why is it replacing everything? It should only replace the black color with white, not the red as well. And now if I pick this gray, okay, that is working as it should. the white is getting, I mean, the red is getting lighter for some reason, but it's not, it's getting even lighter. Does it have anything to do with the tolerance over here? Let's drop this to 0. Yes, it looks like it does have something to do with the tolerance. I don't know about the black here, but alright, it is working. Okay, I think it is still making the red ever so slightly lighter. Let's find out. If I pick the red from the colors box. Yeah, okay, no, it is still the same. Okay, man, I should have cleaned the screen. I thought of cleaning my screen earlier before I started the stream, but then I forgot. Super dusty. Ah, why are these here? I mean, it's no biggie. But I'd rather they are not there. Okay, let's change it. Actually, no, let's not change these reds to black. Let's instead pick black and draw over. You know, I'm gonna use a different layer. Yeah. Actually, no, let's only redo the mouth part, because that is what I need. Everything else will basically stay the same. I just need to change the mouth because now I'm gonna have his mouth open. Now let's begin here. No. I so rarely draw dragons with their mouth open that I always feel like it's an alien thing to do. It always feels strange at first. I always have issues getting it right when I start. And this is not even the actual sketch. This is just going to be the reference for the sketch. Alright. Gotta start going. Actually, I might want to redraw that bit there too. That looks so weird. No, stop. I'm just making that worse. Alright. How wide should his mouth be open now? I mean, should it actually even be wide open like the Komodo dragon? No. No, it shouldn't. I'm going to start with having the mouth open, and then I'm going to work it into not being fully open. Does that make sense? I mean, the pod guy, his mouth is technically open, but the lips are covered in the teeth and all of the stuff, so it doesn't really look like it is, you know, agape like that one. Yeah, let's begin by working on the jaw. Let's get the jaw in position, and then I'm gonna work out around it. All right? Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. That's how I'm gonna do it. Well, first of all, how would his jaw even be flexing here? Like, would it follow this angle?
Find me floating towards forever. Find me floating towards.
Yeah, assuming that the hinge is around here. Okay, so this curve that I'm trying to get done here, this represents the trajectory. I think that's what I want to say of the jaw. You know, when he opens the mouth, lowers. I don't know if I'm making much sense.
It's hard to sleep when you're always in the void. Find me floating towards forever. Find me floating towards the end.
Yeah, kind of like this, I guess.
Find me floating towards the end.
That looks very janky. It looks really janky. Really, really janky. But it's okay. This is not the final thing. Oh, you know what? This should be a good opportunity for me to try out the Penta's curve tool. How do I get it? Left click to draw a shape with the primary color. Left click on the shape to add a control point. Left click on the control point and drag to move it. Right click on a control point and drag to change its tension. Hold shift to snap to angles. That's a lot of instructions. Use arrow keys to move the selected control points. Press Ctrl plus left or right arrows to select control points by order. Press delete to delete the selected control points. Press space to add a new control point to the mouse position. Hold Ctrl while pressing space to create the control point at the exact same position. Hold Ctrl while left clicking on a control point to create a new shape at the exact same position. Press enter to finalize the shape. Alright, but how do I make the curve? See, no ends yet. Well, there's only one way to find out. Right? Ah, that's not how. That's how. Oh, but wait a minute. This curve tool, it adds too much angle to the control points. Paints is a lot smoother. Here's what I'm saying. See how smooth the curves are? On Penta, they are a lot more, what is the word that I'm looking for? Corny, as in there's too much of a corner there. Maybe there might be a way to get around that. Open line curve series. No. Closed line. Let's see. No, that doesn't do any difference. No, whatever that is. Anti-aliasing off. Obviously, I need that to be off. Oops. Shape type. No. Yeah, no, I don't think I can have it work just like in Paint. That means, I mean, that doesn't mean that I can't use the tool. I can't use Penta. I can't use stuff to do just like in Paint. That just means that I have to learn how to work around the limitations and the particularities of this specific tool on this specific program. That's all it means. Let's make this thinner. On the bright side, with this here, I actually get to do multiple clicks to modify the shape of this curve. Whereas on Paint, I only have 2 chances to get it right. On here, I actually have multiple chances. Yeah, but see, it is adding too much angle. Not angle, yeah, I guess it is too much angle. The curve is not smooth. I think that just means I need to add a lot more control points and simply position them correctly. Yeah. It's fine. This is part of learning a new program. New program, similar tools, but they do kind of work a bit differently. It's kind of like driving a different car from the one you are used to driving. Especially if it is a different car, you know, a different model. So can I just delete this? Yes. Oh, oh boy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that worked out. That worked out. Now, if I were doing this in Paint, I actually would be drawing several lines with the curve tool, and I would be erasing one bit of one, drawing over the bit manually without using the curve tool, but rather the pencil. You know, here I think it's easier if I just illustrate. Okay, so basically what I would be doing on Paint would be this here. Alright, first beginning with the the lower part of the jaw, right? And then I would start modifying this to shape it correctly. I'm not going to do it perfectly here. This is just a little sample of what I'm trying to explain. Okay, so this here, it would be a keeper. This part of the jaw here. And not that. Yeah, I would keep this curve like so, and then I would move over, or move on rather, to the chin there. And then I would just remove all of this excess red over here, and then I would end up with the jaw as I wanted it to be. So instead of doing this on paint over here, I only had to use one line, but multiple, what did they call again? Nodes? I don't know, the little circles that I had to move to shape the curve. Anyway, so yeah, that's basically the difference, I guess. Same results, just a different method to get it done. Now, obviously, the other alternative would be to actually freehand the whole thing, but then I would have to be drawing a line and then draw it again and again until I got it right. Oh my god, that would be so annoying. I don't like repetition. That's actually one easy way to get me angry, to make me angry. Start repeating the same thing over and over, whatever it is. Repeat the same thing, like even if you're just talking, saying something. If you keep repeating what you just said, I am gonna get angry. And I'm gonna get angry at you for doing it. And because it's annoying, obviously. Like, see, I'm trying to get this line here just right, and I gotta keep doing it again and again and again. And there we go, eventually I got there. Okay, so what am I trying to accomplish here right now? So right now, what I'm trying to do is get his mouth in the correct position, I think is the word that I'm looking for. Also, this is rather disproportional. Either disproportional or I drew his jaw, I don't know, like, you know, to the side. This isn't right. This is very much not right. Oh, can I just change the color of this line by keeping it selected? Yes, I can. Oh, perfect. Fantastic. Okay. That can be done in Paint. I do that all the time. It is really, really helpful. Okay, so that does it for his snout. That's the muzzle. Yeah, this blue is a little too bright. Let me change it. Yeah, that's a bit better. Wait. Okay. Yeah, let's fix this. No. Ah, frick, I forgot. What is the shortcut for this tool here? Oh. It's O. Oh, I can move just the nodes themselves. Oh, that can be so helpful. Okay. Right. Yeah, I gotta get used to how the lines curve of this program. But I am getting somewhere. This is way too much work for a sketch of the sketch. I am giving way too much attention to this. This should already be done. And no, I cannot blame it on me not really knowing how to use this new program. No, this is just me giving way too much attention to something that should not be receiving this much attention. Yeah. I gotta move on. First, let me save. Speaking of moving on, I need to move on to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. BRB. And I am back. Alright, let's continue this. What was the last thing that I did here? I already forgot. Oh, I was fixing the mouth here. Okay. Let's remove some of those reds. No, this brush is way too big. Let's drop the size to 30 maybe. Yeah, that's better. Still too big. Do 10. I do wish that I either could see the brush or at the very least control the size using the minus or plus keys, but it's okay. Okay, now this whole area here seems a little too small. Was Pentagon far? How do you like Penta versus Penta? Pentagon? What? You mean this program that I am using right now? It's called Penta, not Pentagon. It's called Penta. Penta as in P-I-N-T-A. Not Penta. Sure, it's the AI wink. Yeah, just kidding. How is it over versus Paint? There are a few things that, I mean, overall I am more comfortable using Paint to draw the sketches, but that is not a complaint about Penta. No, it's just because Penta has different tools and some of them work a little differently from Paint. But so far I'm actually enjoying it. It is more advanced than Paint. It has layers. It still gives me the most, or at least a very similar freedom to work with pixels and sprites, I guess I could say that also, that Paint does. The one quote-unquote gripe that I maybe might have with Penta versus Paint is how the curve tool works, but that might be just because I am very used to the one in Paint. So that might change in time as I get more acquainted with Penta's version of the same tool. But yeah, overall, so far, I think I can't really complain. It's a good program. Definitely a very likely candidate to be the MS Paint replacement, so I can make my art on Linux. I mean, try this program out is the whole point. I mean, migrate to Linux is the whole point as to why I am even bothering trying out this program to do some actual art. So yeah, if I can make something from start to finish all using Penta, Inkscape and Krita, then I can say, as my Photoshop brushes aside, then I can say I can migrate to Linux. Because as far as my art is concerned, I shouldn't have a problem. Only if I try to use my Photoshop brushes, of course. What the hell am I doing here? What am I doing? Whatever it is that I was doing there, I was making everything way worse. Then there's Spartan, Pinta, Pinta. Part of me wants to go ahead and turn this into the final sketch, but no, that is not how I am supposed to do this. I'm getting carried on. Pinga. Actually, Pinga, P-I-N-T, not T, P-I-N-G-A is an alcoholic beverage in Brazil. Oh, the red, the red is on another layer. Yeah. Okay, let me put some order on stuff here because things are starting to get a little too messy. Everything here is very wonky, but I think the most essentials are in place. Only way to actually find out is to move on to the next step. I really should already be done with this. I should be already working on the actual sketch itself, the thing that is going to be the final thing. Okay, merge this down. Something as usual, I see. Yeah. Right. Let's now make his mouth be more similar to the guy's mouth. Because draw a dragon with the mouth open is not the issue. Have the mouth be closed and open at the same time. Doing an expression, that might be the issue. Actually, I don't believe I have ever drawn this character or any other character doing some expression with the mouth. So it's either being just a simple smile with the mouth closed or the mouth open, but never, you know, actually flexing the muscles. Yeah, no, this here was the only time that I ever drew this character or any other dragon, especially this character, with the mouth open. That's not even fully wide open. Yeah, I've never done it before. Let's try it. I'm gonna do this on another layer just in case. Okay, so the guy's mouth is kind of like this. I don't know how to do that. How do I translate this to that? I also maybe might want to close his jaw a little bit. Yes, I think I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna do it on Krita. Where's the lasso tool on Krita? What is the keyboard shortcut for it? Freehand selection tool. Okay. So now let's put this here, right where the joint for the jaw should be. And look at that. Now I can open and close his jaw. Well, kinda, but... yeah, I just need to close this a little bit. How little, though? I guess this here would be enough. Yeah. Wait, how do I unselect on Krita? It's not Control D. Control Shift A. Can I change that? Where's Krita's settings or preferences or whatever it is called? Am I blind? Because I know Krita does have it. I was fiddling about with that thing, actually, even on the last Sunday stream too, and after that off stream. It's not properties, no. Ah, it's configure Krita. Yes. Keyboard shortcuts. Unselect, no. Wait, what am I looking for? Deselect. The hell is wrong with me? Default Control Shift A. Custom Control D. I hope that is not already assigned to anything else. Okay, nothing else seems to have happened after I press Control D, so yay! Alright. Merge down. Merge with layer below. Actually, hang on a second. Now I can merge with the layer below and copy all of this and paste it here on Penta. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Anything on this layer? Negative. Okay. Let's now do just a few minor repairs here. Okay. Alright, let's now make this mouth look a little bit more like that one on the guy. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that, but let's try or die trying. Probably use a different color. Okay, I can already tell that the way I'm going with this is going to look freakishly weird. But I'm gonna keep going. I'm not stopping. I'll fix later. Also, the tilting that I gave the head earlier, that probably should not have been done after all. Oh my god, this is going to look so weird until I fix it. Oh my god, this is going to be a nightmare. Part of me actually do not want to keep going until I start everything all over again from scratch. But you know what? I should probably do that, but do it with the actual sketch itself and stop trying to turn this into the final sketch like I am accidentally doing. Yeah, that is what I'm going to do. Just for reference, let's use this workshop file. Yep. Now that moves the selection. That is not what I want. This is what I want. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, I can't select both layers at the same time. Okay, no problem. Put that there. Put this here. I got the thing. This works. What the f— Oh, I'm using the wrong tool. I'm trying to select the Scholar set over here, but I keep using the wrong tool. It's no wonder it's not working. There. Put it there. That's good enough. And fill this background with white. Sure, save this, close. I want that there for reference. Oops. No, how do I— oh, it's S. Yes, S is the keyboard shortcut that I keep looking for. You know what, I'm going to reuse this progress sheet for this picture here. Let's just save it with, well, the same file name, just in a different folder. Logderg progress sheet. The difference here being that I am going to erase everything that is in here. Everything, all of it. So, yeet. Yeah. Now here, how am I gonna do this? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Now give me the eraser. Actually, oops. Yes, white as the secondary color. Let me sample this gray here. There, that should do it. Merge, merge, merge. Nah. I erased a little bit more than I should have, but it's okay. I am now changing the color of this gray to use the same lighter gray that is available here on Penta. Just to make things a little more uniform, if that makes any sense. Okay. Let's get started on the proper sketch. I did save this workshop to DurgThink, didn't I? I mean, not DurgThink, PogDurg. I did not. I didn't save to DurgThink, did I? Because I am not supposed to do that. Okay, good, I didn't. What I am supposed to do is save it with that file name, but in a different folder. PogDurg, yes. This here is where this is supposed to be saved. Excellent. Pardon me for the yawn. Alright. How do I get started? Well, let's begin with his horns, right? That's how I started the other one there. Let's have it be the way I start this one. Actually, no. I'll start with his muzzle. Also, his head should be turned to the right a little more. It's his eyes that are going to be facing left. So let's use this here for guidance. No, no. What I was about to start doing there was to have his head tilted, kind of like this, at an angle. That is not supposed to happen. Though I don't think this is an angle that I have ever drawn in Dragon in. What the fudge is happening? I'm not clicking anything, it's just doing that. Why? Alright, I fix it. Let me bring this a little more to the side here. Mm-hmm. The hell? Why is the eraser not working? Oh, now it is. So this is supposed to be one horn, his right horn. And over there is supposed to be the left horn. Okay, that is weird. For some reason, it erases this line here, but not this bit here that I drew after I drew that there. This might be a bug. In fairness, MS Paint sometimes does something similar to that, so yeah, it's definitely a bug. An annoying one, but a bug. By the way, guys, quick reminder about something incredibly important that you should always bear in mind. If buying isn't owning, then pirating is not stealing. Just thought like putting that out there. Quick reminder. This game out. Yeah, I know Hollow Bug. Man, you stole the joke that I was gonna do when I played that game on stream. God damn it. I was literally planning on starting the game by saying, what the hell is happening? I zoomed in and what the hell? Anyway, I was literally planning on starting the game by saying that, oops, I didn't mean to merge, by saying that the game is very buggy. Because it's chock full of bugs and stuff. Okay, I don't know what is going on here exactly. I mean, I kinda do, but not really. I certainly don't know how to explain what I think is happening here, and yeah, it's fixed. That was weird. Alright, that is basically just telling me I should really start using layers on this program a lot more often than I have been doing. If anything, to keep me from getting completely confused, like I just did. Was the stream off for a sec? I don't know. If it happened, I didn't notice. It was like a 10-second interruption just now. It could have been just a hiccup. But yeah, I didn't notice anything. By the way, surprisingly, PC number 2 has been working just fine since yesterday. I actually turned it on yesterday when I was about to start preparing for live streaming yesterday, but in the end I didn't stream. Excuse me. And I just left it on since yesterday, and it's still okay. It hasn't crashed yet, or blue screened, which is a crash. Yeah, it's good. It's great. I still have to replace the hard drive in that PC though. Just because it hasn't crashed again yet, that doesn't mean it is working just fine. Doesn't mean the problem has gone away. Yeah, these things are weird sometimes. I can tell I'm gonna have to redraw either one of these horns or maybe both of them. But that is a problem for later. Actually, I should use the curve tool on this. And a little less zoom. Yeah, the way this curve tool works. I'm gonna have to get used to this, because right now I really can't say I like it. Can Krita do any better than that using pixels? Let's see. Bezier curve tool, shift mouse click or double click ends the curve. Let's test this. Oops. What did I do? I don't know what I did. Oh, I made the thing, but I was using white for the color. So no, that's incorrect. That's thick. Okay, how do I curve it now? I don't know how to curve it yet. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. Oh wait, hold on, cancel. So on Krita, I don't think that's right. No, right click. No. Dynamic brush tool. Maybe this is what I actually want. No. I don't know what it is doing, but wait. What is this supposed to do? It doesn't say. Oh, you can change the size of the brush on the fly if you hold the shift key and drag the cursor around? Ah! I just accidentally learned something on Krita. Cool. But anyway, I don't know what this brush is supposed to do. Alright, what if I try this here? Freehand path tool. I mean, it drew the thing, but I can't shape it. It has to be this tool here, right? Now that there's just a line. Shift mouse click ends the thing. That's not doing it. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, wait. What if I shift mouse click at the very start? Nothing happens. Wait. I'm going to figure this out. So, oh, this is confusing. Okay, maybe Krita doesn't have an actual curve tool. But no, Photoshop itself also does not have such a thing. So what I do in Photoshop when I need to, you know, draw a curve or something, I use the pen tool. Krita does have a pen. Where is the pen? There. No, that's calligraphy. I mean, it is a pen. It's just not. Oh. That was kind of cool. Anyway, just not the kind of pen that I am looking for. What is this? Measure the distance between 2 points. No. Reference images tool. What does it do? I don't know. Continuous selection. Where is Krita's pen? Edit shapes. Oh, wait. What if I do this and then use the Edit Shapes tool? It doesn't work. Krita, where is your pen tool? I remember seeing it somewhere. You have it. Assistant. Whoa. Whoa. Perspective. Whoa. Dude. Wait, how do I... Ah, there we go. Whoa, oh my god. I don't know what for exactly, but this is definitely going to be super useful in the future. I don't think Photoshop has this. Whoa, oh my god. Oh my, hang on, we need something in the background here so we can actually see what the fudge I'm doing here. Yeah, black works. How do I... Can I... Can I keep editing this? Oh. Hello? Assistant tool, assistant tool, assistant tool. Which one of these was it? I forget. Yeah, here. Found it. Whoa. Dude, this is awesome. Oh my god. This is awesome. Holy. Oh, this is so cool. What happens if I... Oh my... Okay, no, don't do that. This is so cool. Whoa, my god, this is so freaking cool. I am genuinely... I don't know. I'm genuinely... Yeah. This is so freaking cool. Whoa, I don't know what I'm gonna use this for in the future, but this is definitely going to be useful for something. Yeah, kind of like 3D design level stuff, yeah. This is so freaking cool. Sorry, I was looking for something. I completely forgot what I was looking for. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, the pen. The pen tool. Where's the pen tool in Krita? Let's see, tools. No, not scripts. You have a pen tool, don't you, Krita? It's not the calligraphy. I could swear I saw it last week. Make a Doom level. What mode is this again? It's mode 7. No, it's not. This is just the assistant tool in Krita. I had no idea this thing existed. I'm happy it does. And oh my god. Anyway, this is incredible. Anyway, I just found this by accident, sorta. Man, I can't remember where the freaking pen tool is. Krita pen tool. Pen tool for vector shapes similar to Illustrator. You may be referring to freehand path tool. Maybe. Okay, I gotta get rid of this stuff here because it's distracting. It's really cool, but really distracting. Okay, whatever. And wait, what is the thing called again? Freehand path tool. Freehand selection tool. Move a layer, transform, colorize, and close. Smart patch. Freehand, no, it's not freehand selection tool, it's path tool. Okay, but where is it? Text, edit shapes. Where is it? It's together with freehand brush tool, rectangle tool, and others. Let's go with Photoshop because I don't need it. Oh, maybe it's on the right click menu. Wait, what is this now? I don't know what is going on, but okay. Okay, so maybe it is on this menu here. Pencil, basic something, airbrush, eraser, wet paint details. No, it's not in this menu. Whoa! I can flip the canvas from this menu. That is awesome. Okay, but that is not what I'm looking for. Frick, I already forgot. Freehand brush tool. In the tools docker. Alright, where's the tools docker? I mean, that should be that, right? Oh, actually, could it be? No, it's not tools options. Just to make sure it is indeed that there, let me check here on view, or not view, but settings, dockers, tools, two options, toolbox, no, not touch docker. Yeah, toolbox is going to be that there. I forgot again. Freehand brush, rectangle, and others. Well, there's a rectangle, line, freehand brush. Yeah, it's just that. Ellipse, polygon. Polygon. Yes, polygon. Polyline. Bezier curve tool. Shift mouse click. Freehand path tool. That's not it. It's not dynamic brush. Multi-brush. Whoa! Whoa! Oh! Cool. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Alright, let's just go back to Penta. I completely forgot the reason why I was in Krita in the first place. Oh yeah, I was looking for the pen tool. I don't even remember exactly why, but whatever. Alright, what was I doing here? Sorry, those features of Krita, they really distracted me. Man, Krita may not be capable of using my Photoshop brushes. But being a program designed to be used by digital artists for digital art, whereas Photoshop was designed for photo editing, really, it just happens that it is also a very good program for making digital art. Where am I going with this? Being designed specifically to do digital art, Krita has some really cool features that I didn't know existed. And I'm actually excited to see those, well, not to see them in action, but to actually use them eventually. Oh man, my Photoshop brushes. Close to 20 years of collecting those damn things. Only the best. I don't know, man. It would be fantastic if in the near future the developers of Krita would add support for Photoshop brushes. Man, I would love that. I think I hardly ever touched the Krita so far. I haven't done any actual use out of that program, but the little bit that I did use it already got me thinking that the only thing keeping it from being the perfect program for my use as a digital artist is the lack of Photoshop's brushes support. And that's it. Okay, I think this here is good enough to be sent over to the progress sheet. Now, on Paint, that is a very easy and quick process. Let's see how I'm gonna do it on Penta. I think the lasso tool is S. Yes, it is. So let's copy this. Control C. Let's go to progress sheet and Control V. Oops. Wait, what did this do? Huh? Okay. Oh, to pan around, you have to hold the middle mouse click. Okay. New layer. Put it down here and there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna get used to this stuff. Okay, but there we go. Got the first step on the progress sheet saved successfully. Now then, to continue. Is there a keyboard shortcut that I can pin around so I don't have to use the mouse all the time? Let's see. Pan. H. Ah, that just enables the... Well, actually, yeah, perfect. That way I don't have to use the mouse at all. Just switch to this tool. I can use the scroll wheel to go up and down, but can I use it in combination with some other key to, you know, scroll from side to side? Let's see. Well, I know Control and the mouse wheel change the zoom. What about Shift? There it is. It's Shift. Shift and nothing. Alright, good. Learn those. Now what? Now I should start drawing the head. I think. Okay, yep. How am I going to start this? As always, let's begin very, very simple, right? Very simple. And it's already wrong. You know, I think that for this one, I'm going to begin with the jaw. That is going way too down there. Not sure about that line there, but let's forget about it for the moment. These lines are incredibly rough. But that is not a problem yet. Basics first. First we gotta make it exist, and then we make it look good. Yeah, I'm very bugged about this one here though. I feel like I should draw the eye over here now. Something very simple for starters. Now here, for the top of the head, no, that's too flat. No, that's making the head way too small. You know what? That horn, this one here, needs to go back a little more. Let's move it. Selection mode, replace, union, exclude, intersect. If I use exclude, is this going to add some transparency to the white color that is in the selection? No, it does not. Okay, whatever. There, I think here should be good spots. Yeah, right there. Maybe down a bit? I'll see about that later. Here. Say, can I tilt the canvas on Penta? I cannot do that on Paint, but what about Penta? Because if I can, that is going to be helpful. No, it's not rotate. Instead of wasting time looking for the tool, assuming it even exists, let's just Google Penta rotate canvas. Rotate Penta user guide. No, not that kind of rotation. Rotate zoom layer. Rotate zoom layer. Yes, this. Yeah, I would prefer if I could do it, you know, freehand, instead of having to do like this. But okay. Whoa, that went a little farther than I was expecting. Okay, whatever. Oh, wait a minute. Is this going to mess up everything? Hold up. Ooh, it will. This is not like in Photoshop or in Krita, where you can rotate the canvas as if you were flipping a piece of paper where you are drawing. Then you can flip it back to where it was and keep going exactly without changing anything, any of the pixels in the picture. On Penta, it seems like it does modify the pixels permanently. Alright, let's not do that then. Let's just tank this like a wooden paint. Oops. Yeah, this curve tool, this is going to take a while to get used to. Oh, hand, come on, just draw over the line. Keep on track. Can Krita give me this level of control over pixels that Paint and Penta seem to be able to give me? Let me try. Let's make a new layer just for good measure. And that's a color picker. Is there no pencil tool? No, there is a freehand brush. Well, I'm gonna assume that the pencil is actually going to be a brush. Let's see, what is that? Basic 2. What about this one? Basic 1. No. Photoshop has one that allows me to draw with actual pixels. Again, just for reference, to illustrate, or better demonstrate rather, what I am talking about. Let me show you. RGB, please. So this here. I can pick the brush tool, but I can also switch over to pencil tool. And what this is going to do is it is going to give me, well, it's going to help if I use a color you can actually see. So what it's going to do is allow me to draw with actual pixels like this. So if I drop the size of this all the way down to 1 pixel, I'm gonna get a literal one single pixel like this, which is what I am used to do on Paint and what I have been doing on Penta now. The difference between doing this in Photoshop to Paint and Penta is that I can't erase these lines, for example, by simply right-clicking and drawing over them on Photoshop, because on Photoshop that is just going to give me the pencils box over here. On Photoshop, the only way to erase is to actually switch over to the eraser and then erase, which is not something that I like when I am working with my sketches, because, well, I like to just be able to erase a line immediately without having to switch to another tool to do that. So my question is, can Krita make use of a actual pencil tool that will give me access to pixels like Photoshop can? Oh, I can just click here to open everything? Oh. Now sure, there are pencil brushes, right? But these are not to simulate pixels, these are to simulate actual pencils. No, what I want here out of these is pixels. I'm thinking Krita does not do that. Unless... presumably it is drawing something here, but I don't see it. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, never mind. For a moment I thought the opacity was different. Okay, what if I drop this one to that size? Oh, actually... can I just type here? 1? Yes. Yeah, this is giving me pixels. But, oops. What did I do? I don't know. Anyway, it is giving me pixels, but... they are anti-aliased. Brush smoothing, none. No. Stabilizer. Oh hell no. Keep it on basic. Snap assistance. No. No. What I'm looking for is not in there. Normal. Arithmetic. Binary. Darken. Quadratic. What is quadratic? Freeze. I don't really see a difference. You know, these are effects. Maybe I change it in here somewhere. These seem like brush settings. Anti-alias is already disabled. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I see. Excuse me. Maybe spacing. Let's see, that is 0.20. What if I remove that completely? No, that doesn't make a difference. Set it back to 0.20. Precision 5. What if I reduce this? No. Set it back to 5. What's over here? Ah! It allows me to test. Cool. Okay. What about this here? No, I don't want to save anything. Predefined. It is probably very likely possible to do it, I just don't know how to do it yet. That is something to be explored. Let's go back to Penta. Yeah, I still think that horn needs to go further to the side. Yes, it definitely needs to go. I gotta make this canvas bigger. How do I do that on Penta? I mean, on Paint, all I gotta do is press Ctrl E, and it will just show me the box where I can define the size of the canvas, or I can just click on some triangles, tiny squares on the corners here, and I can resize it manually. Over here, let's see, Image, Resize Canvas by percentage. This is similar to the resize thing in Photoshop. Okay. It's kind of that, just not quite like that. What was the keyboard shortcut again? Control Shift R? Yes. Let's go by absolute size since that's what I am most used to. Let's do 2000 height. And yeah, sure, that. Okay, perfect. Perfect. There we go. So now I can go up here. And where's the lasso? S? Yes. And select all of this. That was not what I expected. Oh, I think this must be on the second layer here. No, it's not. The fudge? The selection is inverted. Ah, here. Alright, it's Control I. Nope. Control I. Yes. There we go. Yeah, it's gotta take some time. It's gonna take some time for me to get used to this. Alright, now let's move this horn over here. Control I. Also, I think I'm gonna have to redraw that horn, but one thing at a time. It's gonna help if I have black as the primary color. And I'm gonna use this weird curve tool. I'm trying out what it does if I hold shift. It doesn't help very much. I'm sure I can and will eventually get used to this curve tool, but but right now the way I feel about this is that I don't like it. I don't like the curve tool in Penta for now. Yeah, for now I don't like it. But I should get used to it in time. Oh, I thought there was a bug on my shirt. But it just bent. Just a wrinkle, I mean. Yeah, I don't like the way the curve tool works in this program. Which makes me wonder if the curve tool on color paint is any better, or if it works more similarly to how the curve tool works in paint. You know what? Although I'm not actually prepared to make any use of color paint at the moment, I will give that tool a quick test. I do have Zorin OS Lite installed on a virtual machine here. Let me boot that up and take a look. Let's just leave it running here. Hopefully this is not gonna slow down the stream, because my memory usage is rather high right now. Anyway, let's take a look at that. No, what's no problem? No, you mean the stream so far hasn't farted itself to death? Yeah, I guess that is going to have to be the solution going forward now, with AI eating up all of the RAM, and one of the 3 companies that make RAM stopping making RAM for actual consumers and focusing on just AI crap. That seems to be the future we are headed towards. I am gonna be so happy when the AI bubble finally bursts and everything comes crashing down. I am genuinely completely sick and tired of having AI in absolutely everything. I don't believe that is the way forward. Which is not to be mistaken with the idea, with me being against AI helping in research, for example, medicine, helping identify a disease, for instance. Oops, I messed up the selection here. I'm in full support for AI to be used for that. But anything else, have AI make art for you, have AI make your homework for you, and that sort of stuff, no, I'm fully against. Man, I can't even check the local news of my city on the website without having a prompt telling me to use the AI tool to, I think, summarize the news for me. No, if I wanted that, oh, frick you. I don't want that. I forgot, I gotta invert the selector for some reason. Let's see, what is that there? Yeah. Man. Here, just to give you a quick example of what I just said about having AI even on the local news of my city. Why is there an ant on my screen? Now let's pick some random news here, like this here. Right here. Summary. Our AI tool resumes summarizes the news for you. Read here. I don't want that! Why is this here? There's no need for this. I'm not illiterate. I know how to read. I know how to interpret the text. I know. I understand. I'm not dumb. I don't need AI on something like this. No. I'm sick of AI on absolutely everything. The idea of writing and art being AI is crap. AI does not make art. What people call AI art is not art. It's theft. It's art theft. Art. AI doesn't know how to make art. All it does is take either bits and pieces of different pictures drawn by real people, most of the time without the permission of the artist who created that piece of art, takes little bits and pieces of different pictures, put them together in some way, or sometimes it just takes an entire whole picture and just changes a few parts here and there, which is something that anyone can do in Photoshop, for example. That's all it does. And the bits and pieces it takes from different pictures, it arranges it in what it thinks you want it to do with the words you type on prompts. That's all it does. It's horrible, full of imperfections, and it steals art from real people, from you artists. Seriously, anyone who defends AI art does not have my respect. As an artist, I'm sorry, you do not have my respect for you. Go grab a pencil, piece of paper, and go draw. Seriously. It's not hard. Oh, but Mike, I don't know how to draw. I can't do anything. If you don't know how to draw and you can do anything, that's because you never tried. You think I started doing art the way I do now overnight? No. One day, for the very first time in my life, I grabbed a pencil. I literally grabbed a pencil, a piece of paper, and I started scribbling, and I just kept improving because I never stopped. That's what you should do. Don't use AI for making art. AI doesn't make art. It steals. Hang on, I gotta catch up with the chat. Block anything AI that spawns on my screen. Exactly. Gotta do that. I hate AI. Oh my god. It's novel and fun to a point, but people are going to get lazy and claim credit for AI crap. Yeah. That's another problem with AI art specifically. Every time that I say AI art, I'm always gonna put art in quotations in that context. There's people who cannot draw even a freaking single circle on a piece of paper. They use AI, write a few words, the AI regurgitates something out, and they say, oh look, I made this. And they put that for sale, and the crap sells. I was gonna say a very bad word. I'm gonna... But yeah, it's horrible. Like, I go out of my way to block that crap. Yeah, I'm so sick of seeing AI on absolutely everything. Man, I cannot even look up for a new phone to buy whenever I can afford one, without having AI on the phone itself. I mean, you saw Reptane when we were checking, when you were helping me find which phone model I should go for, or aim for rather. every one of them had AI something in the description. Oh, here's a Moto AI something. Oh, the AI does this. I don't care. I don't want AI. I just want a phone that does things by itself without having to connect to the internet, to phone, to an AI who is located God knows where on some server, eating up all the RAM in the world, to then do the thing that my phone could be doing right here in my hand. Like, things this older phone here can do without even being connected to the internet, without having an AI. Newer phones just throw it over to the AI, and if you don't have an internet connection, well, frick you. Sorry, that AI makes me angry. Art is a form of connection among humans, yes, and also a way to express, a form of expression. And laziness, once we surrender out creativity, that what's the point? Yeah. A lot of people are like babies, suckling both when it comes to devices and AI. A bottle. That's pathetic. I'll be preparing the underground command center for the Terminator takeover. Breaking news! The new Dacia Sandero. Let's see, what is this? Dude, that has already happened. That was happening 2 months ago already. We are already in December. She has already defrosted. You are way too late with those news. You can see that I have checked this video before in the past because, yeah. Is that download more RAM, honeypot virus, or what? The link Reptane sent there is probably just is likely just a funny thing, but there are some actual malicious websites for downloading more RAM. God, I forgot this VM takes forever to boot up. But yeah. AI should be kept away from everything, or at least most things, and should only be used for research, developments, to help with medicine. I am in favor of having AI be used in that way. But have AI, why can't I move this thing? What am I doing wrong? But have AI read the news for you, summarize the news for you, write the news for you, even literally write code for softwares and even operating systems. I don't know how true this is, but I read somewhere that either 13 or 30% of Windows 11 is now written by AI. It's no wonder the damn thing is breaking out with every single update. And actually, I can pinpoint to you the moment that Windows 11 started to get worse than it already was at launch. Because at launch, Windows 11 was actually okay-ish. You know, you could customize and make it actually bearable to use. But the moment Microsoft started to shove AI into absolutely every single corner of Windows 11, that was a moment that a lot of updates started to break everything. Yeah, just stop. What the fudge? I accidentally hit start. But we don't need AI like that. Just as a joke aside, how would anyone think that's a thing? Download more RAM? Well, you would be surprised, Spartan. You would be incredibly surprised. Oh, you know, there's actually another one thing that I'm actually in favor of using AI for, and that is to make some funny videos. Some funny videos, okay? Like there is this trend that I don't know how big it is outside of Twitter, but I have been seeing some of those posts on Twitter where it's a porch cam filming a cat doing something stupid, and the owner comes out and say, "Whiskers, it's the middle of the night, stop it." Those are funny. I'm okay with those. But otherwise, keep AI away from me, please. Again, scientific and practical application offer. Yes, exactly. That is good. And I've read some news that AI did help identify cancer in a patient before it started to develop. So I'm in favor of that. It's great. That is a good use for AI, but the way it is shoved down people's throats like it's being, no. I am completely against that. Especially when it comes to art. And I think that call it AI slop is 100% a very appropriate term. Because all it does is grab stuff that real people made, chews it up, and spit it out. Yeah. Guess why I'm moving away from Microsoft. Yeah, that's also the reason why I'm gonna be doing the same thing. At least that's what I want to do when the time that I can no longer use Windows 10 comes around. No, not even those. For me, that's just another form of brain rot. Can't stand that crap. Yeah, like I said, I didn't say I like those. I said I am okay with those. At least I think that's what I said. If I didn't say, that was what I meant. But yeah, even that, I have a limit to how much of that I can bear. And here's an example. Let me go on X right now. Notifications. Like this here, for example. Every now and then, I give a like to a video that I kind of liked because it looked real, and then moments after I get a notification from the community note system. I love the community note system, by the way. This was a great addition to X, saying that the video was AI generated. And like, here, check this. This is adorable.
Oh my god, you look like a little ghost.
But apparently it was AI generated. Why? Why not just film a kid doing something funny? Speaking of kid, my kid just came back. Hi. Oh, you are so cute. Do you know how you can tell your cat that you love him or her? That's something that cats actually do with us.
What did you do?
Hang on. You look straight into their eye and you blink slowly, like this. Do that to your cats. Trust me. And if you pay attention to your cat does that to you. Normally, when it's just looking around, moving, it blinks quickly. But when it looks at you, your cat looks into your eyes and blinks slowly. That's one of their ways of saying I love you. So yeah, do that to your cat. I have been doing that to my cats, and I think he likes it. He understands. We understand each other. At least I understand when he wants food. So there's that. Excuse me. I want to preserve my 134 IQ, not feel it melt away from AI garbage. Else I can go into politics. I immediately saw it was AI. I did an anti-AI training course together with my 30-year-old dad. Not 30-year-old, over 70-year-old dad. I mean, dude, I'm a simple man. I see a kitten. I click. In my defense, that looked real. Okay? It looked real. I didn't really bat much of an eye, but now that I know it is AI, I can actually pay closer attention to the imperfections on the video. Like, the background here, something's kind of off about that. But, yeah, man, like, here's another. This video was made with ChatGPT Sora. I don't even know what this is. What was this? Okay, this I knew it was AI. It was way too obvious. But yeah. Anyway, stop shoving AI into absolutely everything. Come on. I block all accounts that post AI. It's very fair. Very fair. Again, I'm in favor of AI helping with medicine, scientific research. But there's a difference there. There's a difference between helping with and doing the work for the people. The way AI shoves down everybody's throats, like it is by companies like Microsoft, for example, that's them having AI do everything for everyone. For them specifically, like write code for Windows, seriously? Don't. Hire programmers. But to help with stuff, now that's a different story. Oh, that horn looks weird. That horn looks way too weird. I tell you, the moment normies infiltrated the internet, it was over. Yeah, man. I really hope AI is a bubble that is going to burst and crash burn very badly. The sooner the better. Like, they are using AI to even make TV ads. Have you heard of the whole debacle with this year's Coca-Cola TV ad? The whole thing was made by AI. And the older commercials that they made in previous years, they were great. CGI, yes, but an actual person sat in front of the computer and actually modeled stuff, animated stuff. They didn't have an AI to garble everything up and spit it out. It doesn't even look good. I remember telling my dad to get off the phone so I could use the internet back in the late 90s. Oh god, yes, all that crap. Yeah, oh man, I remember using dial-up. I don't miss it. But yeah, I saw that ad on TV when I was working at the copy store that I got fired from a couple weeks ago. It looks awful! So awful! It's horrible. Very ugly. Not only the movements of everything feels and seems very unnatural, but also the way the camera moves. And that is something very common that you notice in anything AI generated. Seriously, just hire an animator. You are a multi-billionaire company. You can afford at least one animator. It's not even gonna cost you pocket change, relatively speaking. And like about the music, there's also people using AI to make music, to generate music. Don't! Go learn an instrument. Now look, I don't know how to make music myself, but do you think that if I want music, to make my own music, that I am going to resort to AI? Hell no, man! I'm gonna learn an instrument. I'm gonna learn to at least how to write the damn thing, how to write music. Which I actually should look into at some point, because I want to make a game of my own. And that thing is gonna need music and sound effects. Games, that's another thing people have been using AI with. Have you guys read about the debacle between, not debacle, but the drama that Tim Sweeney, whoever the name of the Crapic Games stuff is called, I forget his name, but whatever, the guy from Crapic Games. Sorry, Shit Games. No, sorry, Crapic Games. Frick, I can say Crapic Game. You know what I mean. Anyway. Have you heard about him basically trying to tell Steam how to run their business? Because I don't know if you guys know this, but Steam has decided that although they are going to allow games on Steam that are made using AI, at least portions of the game, all of those games, they have to have a disclosure stating that the game has been made with AI, or that has AI in it. And the guy from Crappy Games was like, "Ugh, you can't do that. That is going to cause segregation, and people are not gonna want to buy the game." And like, you know, dude, freak off. I want to know if the game that I'm going to be playing has AI on it. Has been made with AI, part of it anyway. Something that I would like to know. It's kind of like disclosing the side effects of a medicine on the box, you know? It's kind of like that. Does it mean you are not going to buy a medicine that you might need or want, like for a cold, for example, just because it has a side effect that you don't want? No. Check this out. Yes, Tim Sweeney, that's his name. Let's see. Coca-Cola holidays are coming 2025. AI generated truck variations. Hang on, I may need glasses. Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention to the truck on the ad. I was more focused on the. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna risk getting a copyright claim on the VOD of this stream later when I upload it to YouTube, but let's compare. I'm gonna play without audio, but let's compare this year's Coca-Cola Christmas ad with some ad from just a few years ago before AI. Let's see the differences. I forgot to talk. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola 2025 TV Christmas ad. I want to buy a can of iced coffee if it doesn't state how much caffeine is in it. I definitely don't want to know if a game is generated by AI. Yeah, and besides, it's not like people are not going to buy a game if the game is good and AI has been used to generate at least some of the contents. I don't remember the name of the game, but there's this one game that apparently has been popular on Steam lately, and it has AI generated content in its creation. It is disclosed on the start page that it does have AI stuff in it, but the game is good. Am I in favor of having AI generated stuff in games? No. Go make your own crap. But it's good that I can know if it has, because then I can make the choice. And if the game is good in the end, okay, I guess, but still, go make your own crap. Those Reddit Coca-Cola trucks. Yeah. Alright, so yes, this year seems to be this year's. Let's go back to 2020. Coca-Cola Christmas 2020. Caravan Christmas commercial. Yeah, let's compare with this one. Wait. No, let's compare with this one. Or maybe this one too. I don't know. Anyway, let me hang on a second. Gotta mute because I don't know if the music's copyrighted. Let's pause this one too. And this. Oh my god, look at these real people. Excuse me. I would play an AI game, just want to know if it's in there. Yeah, again, I prefer if the developers actually make their own stuff, but if they did use generative AI to make the thing, then at least tell me. Oh yes, absolutely. Alright, I'm gonna put this on full. By the way, it has Zoring on. Oof. You know what? I give up on this. It's taking way too long. Let me close this. Let's put this on full screen. I'm gonna be pausing. So, I don't know if it can be very noticeable on the stream, but look, I don't even have to look closely on this to notice a bunch of imperfections around around the elements on this image here. That is something very common with AI. Like even the hood of the truck here, the grill. Sure, it is supposed to be like a handmade toy with carved wood and hand painted, but no one does such a sloppy job at making those. This is incredibly sloppy. Okay, hang on a second. Here, look, I am not a trucker, but I have played Euro Truck Simulator and American Truck Simulator for a very long time. I know my trucks, okay? I dare say that. This truck is an articulated truck. So you have the tractor part here, which is the truck itself, right? And then you have right here I forgot what it's called, the fifth wheel, where the trailer attaches to, so it can articulate when the truck turns. Okay, right here, this part here, that's the end of the truck. There should be tail lights right here. And then we have the trailer. And then we have another tail for the truck in the middle of the trailer. This is clearly meant to be an articulated thing. There's no trailers like this in real life. And then it skips to the actual end of the trailer, and it looks like they didn't want to finish the trailer because that thing was definitely messed up, very messed up. These polar bears look very fake, more fake than AI, than CGI. This kind of mouth movement and eyes in creatures is something you very easily see in most AI generated videos that involve some kind of creature. Are the creatures cute? Yes. Doesn't mean I am in favor that they are AI. This could have been made with CGI very easily, like they used to do back in the day. Still 10,000 people without a brain, with brain damage. Yeah, and you know what's worse? Those people vote. For God's sake, the wheels are obvious within 2 seconds. Exactly! Yeah, I was playing a lot of Euro Truck Simulator earlier this year. Lazy. Exactly. I don't think this animal is a real animal. Like, what is it supposed to be? Some kind of badger? Doesn't really look much like a badger. Alright. License plates. Garbled characters on the plate. Extremely common with AI and its attempt at writing any kind of text. Coca-Cola written on the side here. The AI didn't bother actually writing cola. It kind of looks that says no. Actually, that does not say Coca. I don't know what that is supposed to be saying. I mean, I know what it's supposed to be saying, but it's not saying it. And this is supposed to be a Peterbilt. The manufacturer's brand badge here is completely wrong. Also, what is going on the back here? Because at the same time, this looks like a, what do they call it again? It's not a monoblock. A rigid. Even though at the same time this looks like a rigid, at the same time it is an articulated truck. Where that trailer is just hanging in the air back there. Do you have any idea how much weight there would be back there, even with 3 axles on the back here? This would not work in real life. Over the human characteristics, Badger-kun. Learn how to read AI. Yeah. I'm in favor of doing a yearly festival where the lowest 1% of the population gets fed to the sharks. Yeah. They replaced the rear wheels with a repulsor anti-gravity unit. Maybe then the people, yeah, yeah. Excuse me. But no truck in real life would ever be allowed on the road with that much weight hanging back there. Also, I don't know if you can tell, but this wheel here seems a bit wobbly. There's another... Oops. I went way too back. There's another thing AI is really terrible with. It will never get better at that. No matter how much it improves. Keep consistency in physics specifically. Look at that. The way the lug nuts move also. Look at that. Pay attention to the lug nuts on the rim over here. I think I just saw one nut multiply. Yep. Look at them. Also, I don't know if you can tell, but they are kind of going up and down a little bit. Lowest 1% IQ. That looks blatantly ridiculous from the missing wheels. I call it Sparta driven. I get the reference. Alright, what else is wrong with this part here? What's going on with this forest? Oh, first of all, these are just lines, but when they light up, you can clearly see light bulbs going, you know, like Christmas light bulbs go. But no, the way these roll around these trees here, these would be LED strips, but when they light up, they're actual Christmas lights. I have a question. Look at the trailer here. This truck is not turning; it is skidding. Look at the way this trailer moves on this clear curve here. Also, notice how the farther away it gets, the more garbled every single one of these trucks become. Right here, that's not a convoy of trucks. That's a train. Anyway, look at how this trailer moves. Any defective babies get thrown to the pit. That's just kidding. Why? Why is there a sloth in a region that snows in the winter? Sloths cannot survive in a cold environment like this. What is a sloth doing here? I want to look at the trucks again. This one almost says Coca-Cola here. Okay, let's look at these trucks on the bridge. Alright, articulated. Articulated. Uh-huh. So far, passable. I can tell that they had to manually fix the writing of Coca-Cola on the side of these trucks here, because these texts, they are way too legible. Way more than you can tell with the what I'm trying to say. Everything is blurry, like AI does with everything, but the text is way too legible. You know what I mean. Also, these are articulated trucks, but their butts are missing their tail lights. And this one almost looks like it is missing almost half of its tail end here. Arctic snow sloths and badge coons. Why is there a sloth in there? This is clearly a very cold region of the planet. Like very up north. Sloths are tropical creatures. that wheel is having a seizure. Look at that. It moves forward and then back. The plate is messed up. There's a Peterbilt, but the badge is completely wrong with this one also. Pay attention to this wheel over here. Hang on a second. Let me look at these guys. Cute, but still look way too fake. More fake than CGI. Even bad CGI looks more realistic than this. Also, I'm pretty sure there must be something very wrong with that bolt, but I can't really tell. Look at the wheel. Could you see? Just... Let's go back a bit more. I'm gonna let this play all the way without me pausing, just so you can compare them with a real one. A real ad, that is. Made by real people. I'm pretty sure if I keep looking, I'm gonna find even more wrong things with this Peterbilt. I have one of, well, at least what this one is supposed to be. I have it on American Truck Simulator. I drove that truck for thousands of miles. I love that truck. I call it Draco Pete. Because, you know, the paint job it has drags on it, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I think they gave this a few manual touch-ups on this, because this is not looking as wrong as it should be, but it's not right either. Man, the license plate. Okay, so this is an articulated truck. It is missing the tail right here. There should be a thing right here where the tail lights would go. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the trucks back there. That one almost looks like a Kenworth, but it's too far away to really tell. Have you noticed that they don't really stick very long on the scenes where the trucks are driving by? AI can't really handle that stuff. I'm pretty sure the reason why they stay so little with those is because they are so messed up that the little that they do show on the ad is basically all they could salvage out of the whatever slop the AI barfed. The way that Santa moves, it's very unnatural. Okay, the houses, you can tell they are kind of smudgy on the details. Even if you were to film a real location or do CGI, even if you were to film with a low quality camera, this would be better quality. The quality of the image. Look at the thickness of this pillar, and then look at the thickness of that one. It's like that one is rotting. Again, messed up license plate. I don't know what's going on with that tree over there. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find even more stuff to talk about here. Cute, but still, they look way too fake. Also, the way they move. Okay, this is another Peterbilt. This model of Peterbilt, the headlights, they are not right there. They actually stick out of the front grille here. They are not into the I forgot the name of this part here. Not mud slab. Anyway, this arch here. Yeah, the way the truck moved also. Here again, this Coca-Cola is messed up. I can't even tell what the sign is supposed to be saying. There's something off about this wheel on this car. Oh, notice the way... Look at how wobbly this here is I'm going to play this frame by frame. First of all, are they driving half on the road and half on the sidewalk? What is going on here with the snow? Look how the truck moves. It is wobbly. And I'm pretty sure it just ran over someone over there on the corner. Shut up, phone. Here, let me hide the Christmas ornaments that I put on the stream there, so you can see the corner. Hang on. I just truck driver. Okay. But the chat is gonna be in the way a little bit. Hang on. Let me change scenes actually. Put this back. Hang on a moment, guys. I'm going to change to a scene that doesn't have any overlays. Hold up. Okay. Pay attention to these people here, right? I'm gonna play this frame by frame, and you will see this truck definitely hit someone there. Look at the people in the very corner here. And like there, you can see a head right here that's right in front of the truck, and boom, someone just got run over there. Okay, let me switch scenes back. Hang on a second. No, the stream is not starting. It has already started. I'm gonna check that in just a moment, Rick thing. Hey, look how wobbly the movement of the truck is. This camera movement, only AI does this kind of movement. Alright, let's play the whole thing now without me stopping all the way to criticize. All the time. Wait a minute. That is not frost. You know, that, not frost. That little mist, not little mist, the mist that cold generates. That is actually smoke. That implies this bottle of Coke is hot. Because cold mist, it doesn't go up like that. When you open a cold bottle, it actually pours down and drops. That is just going up. Yeah, condensation. Penguins, then we have, what are these, hedgehogs, whatever this is. All in the same region of the planet, freezing cold. And then we have a sloth. I'm pretty sure those birds, they're not supposed to be in this kind of environment either. The way the wheel moves. Right, you don't want to spend money with real animals. Sure, fine. Hire an animator. Use CGI. Why even focus on the squirrel? Real magic. I dropped real magic in the toilet. More real than this. All right, let's compare now with an older ad from 2020. Oh yes, this video here. Let me check that real quick. Can I have the audio of this playing? I mean, it's muted now. I'm just imagining what they are saying. Okay, this is I'm gonna have to watch with audio, but I'm gonna do that later. Turn it on? Okay. If you say so. Don't make me regret this. Oh, no, not that one. Four Lions, car singing scene, dancing in the midnight. I'm gonna have to pay more close attention to this later. The amount of times this exact video was reposted in my favorite German image board right after yet another vehicle. Oh my god. Alright, let's see now an ad for Deep Field. New update to not Albion. Abiotic Factor maybe. Anyway, this one is from 2020. That's a real scene. That's probably CGI or maybe a miniature, but you can tell it's real, or at least more realistic than that garbage we just saw. And it's beautiful. It has real people, lots of people. That other one with the AI one, there was hardly anyone, and there was that group that got run over by the truck. So even less people. This Santa, the same Santa is on the AI one. But notice the movement on this Santa here, way more realistic. Even though it's obviously a fake Santa. It's an animation. And look at that, it looks way more natural. Now let's see another one here. I think this one is older. No, this is just another one. With actual people. This is actually beautiful. Daddy, don't go, give this to Santa, please. Ah, but this one doesn't have the trucks though. I was more interested on the truck. Oh no, never mind. It does have some trucks. Obviously, that was CGI or composition, but it looks way more real than, more realistic rather, than that AI stuff. That's a real truck. That's a Kenworth. If I'm not remembering wrong. No, wait, did that, wait, what did it say? Dear Santa, please bring, oh my god. Hang on, I just got a, there's some invisible ninjas cutting onions here because I'm sweating through the eyes now. That there just pulled a couple strings on my heart. This was beautiful. And Santa was the driver. Oh, I'm gonna give this a like. This one deserves it. But yeah, way better than that AI crap. Oh, that one ad there with the letter that caught me by surprise. Alright guys, that was a very big tangent that I went on, a very big deviation from what I was doing here originally. I am sorry. I'll try to at least finish this one horn before I end today's stream because I have been going for a very long time, and I'm gonna need a napkin now. That one ad there with the dad, that made me cry a little bit. Enjoyable tangent, yeah. That, I think we ended those ads on a very good note there. That last one we just checked, that one was beautiful. I like that one. What was I trying to do here? Interesting to see the difference in those commercials. Yeah, you could tell no matter how quote-unquote fake the older ones were, because obviously there was a lot of CGI, maybe miniatures and stuff. They looked more beautiful and they looked more real, no matter how fake the stuff in them was. And you can check other Coca-Cola Christmas ads from other years as well, even ones with animals, and even their famous iconic polar bears. Even those look more realistic than that one with the AI. I mean, that one made by AI. Heck, I would dare say that CGI from the 90s is more realistic than that. And oh my god, 90s CGI was awful. Yeah. It's one thing to have AI aid you with something, and another thing completely different is to have AI just do everything for you. That AI ad there, AI just made that. That wasn't AI helping Coca-Cola make an ad. That was just AI making the ad for Coca-Cola. Makes me wonder though. So on this last one that we just saw, Santa was driving the truck that brought Dad back home, safe and sound, and the letter of the girl for Santa was asking to bring Dad back home safely. So he did. Was he driving that one that ran over those people on the AI one? Because I don't know, man. I don't think Santa was driving that one. Or if he was, someone put something in his cola before he took the wheel. Hit and run Santa. Yeah. God, that ad was horrible, awful. Why was there a slot in a cold region of the planet? Why? Slots cannot survive that kind of environment. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. Let's see. Come on. Oh my god. Can slots survive in a cold environment such as of the north? I don't think I heard a single word of what I said. Hi Mike, your Google Assistant here. There's a lot I can help you with. Why you can help me by understanding what I am saying in the first place. Let me try again. Can slots survive in the cold environments of the northern regions of the planet?
I found this on the web.
Couldn't you just say yes or no? People also ask, can slots survive in the cold? Additionally, slots move slowly in order to regulate their temperature in cold environments. If climate change occurs and their rainforest becomes a savanna, slots will have to adapt. Well, that doesn't answer my question. I'm pretty sure slots cannot survive in that kind of environment that we saw in the video there. Now these results, they are not really answering the question. I may be wrong, but I am almost certain that slots cannot survive in that kind of environment. UI health driver. You installed this AI, it's not listening to you right now. Fair. Although this is the Google Assistant, it's not Gemini. Google tried to shove Gemini into my phone. Through updates. I didn't install them. So that is the old AI assistant as far as I am aware. But yeah, fair. AI can be insulted all at once, I don't care. AI sucks. Man, I am really gonna have to get used to this curve tool if I am gonna move from Paint to this program. This is getting a bit on under my skin. It's not bad, far from it. It's just different from what I am used to. This one requires a lot more adjustments than the Curve 2 on Paint. And this here is still just the roughest form of this sketch. I'm still gonna have to refine this a lot until I can call it finished. This is what I want. Okay, now I have another problem. The horns are pointing one way behind his head, but the face is pointing another way, so his face is basically curving. Those horns, they have to be redrawn. They have to be redrawn. But I'm not gonna do that today because I don't know how much time I spent on those Coca-Cola ads, but that was a long time. But I have been streaming for a long time now. Wow, it's almost 5 hours and a half. And I hardly made any progress. But in fairness, I have been stopping a lot to... God, that's sloth. Anyway, in fairness, I have been stopping a lot to look up some tools, to test other tools. I got distracted by Krita. Also spent way too much time on that, which is supposed to just be a reference for this here. Yeah. I'm gonna continue this on the next show at Sunday, and I promise you I'm gonna do some actual progress on this, right? So what are the plans here? I'm gonna keep working on Windows. I'm gonna stream from Windows, even though I'm gonna be using these programs that are not the ones I usually use. But these are programs that are also available on Linux. But for this particular artwork, I'm only going to use these programs here in particular: Penta, Inkscape, and Krita, because I want to have an actual feel of how usable they are for my art. Because as I told you before, when it's time to abandon Windows 10, because let's face it, sooner or later, I would estimate in about 2 years from now, tops, maybe 3 at most, everyone who is still using Windows 10 will be forced to migrate over to some other operating system, because Windows 10 will lose so much support that we're not going to be able to even browse the web on this OS. And I, just like many others, do not want to use Windows 11, and neither should you. It's terrible. So what is the alternative? Either you become rich and buy a Mac and learn how to use that and find alternative software alternatives to use on Mac, and good luck with gaming. Or you move over to Linux, which you still, although you can do that for free, you will still have a learning curve, and you have to find alternative softwares for what you are used to use on Windows. Thankfully, gaming has been getting better on Linux, but I haven't really tested that yet on my install. Excuse me. But anyway, point is, I don't want to use Windows 11 when I have to migrate away from 10. I want to migrate over to Linux, and my biggest roadblock with Linux has always been art in first place, second place gaming. Web browsing, that's fine, no problem. I actually enjoy using Linux. I have been using Linux as a daily driver for internet browsing for a few weeks now. It's very nice, it's fine. Although, because I'm running mine off of a hard drive, download artwork, for example, from DeviantArt or Twitter, Oh, that is painful. But yeah, I want to go and use Linux. So far, it seems that as far as my art is concerned, I would have no problems migrating to Linux. But I will only know for sure if I can get this done from start to finish, 100% on alternative programs to the ones that I usually use. Thankfully, Windows also has versions for the same programs that I would likely be using on Linux, which is Pinta, Krita, Inkscape. So for this artwork specifically, I'm going to be doing this from start to finish on Pinta, Inkscape, and Krita. So for the next few Chilled Sundays, at least so long as I work on this one in particular, you can expect me to be working with Pinta, Inkscape, and Krita, even if I am on Windows. I could do it over from Linux, but as we learned from last Sunday, because I am not using an SSD for my install of Linux, I'm using an actual mechanical hard drive. The performance is not the greatest, and sometimes if I am doing something that requires a lot of read and write from the drive, from the boot drive, it literally slows down to a halt, to the point where last Sunday I actually had to reboot the PC because everything froze so hard nothing worked anymore. Yeah, Windows 10 is okay. I still don't like it. I never liked it, neither as a user or as someone who was having to offer support for it. I still prefer Windows 7, but Windows 10, if properly tweaked and customized, it is usable. I can get around with it. I can bear it, you know. Especially if you limit the kinds of updates it can do. Like I strongly recommend you guys check out, if you're on Windows 10 and also 11. I strongly recommend you look into what's it called again. I don't remember the name of the tool, but the guy who made it is Chris Titus. Yeah, look up Chris Titus Windows tools or something like that. I highly recommend you check that out. It's great. It debloats Windows a lot. It makes it a lot lighter. Removes a bunch of the telemetry. It makes it far more usable and more private. And that's another problem with 11, the lack of privacy in that. But anyway, yeah, Windows 10 is fine. Mainly after, at least for my use case anyway. Mainly after I do my customizations and improvements to make it more usable and more practical also, because let's face it, Windows 10 out of the box, it is far less practical than Windows 7. And 11 is way worse. But yeah. I thought they already stopped supporting Windows 10. They did. Official support for Windows 10 ended, I think it was this last August. But what that means is just that official support ended. It doesn't mean that stuff will magically stop working on Windows 10. No, it will still keep working. What that means is just that Microsoft stopped making security updates for Windows, also feature updates for Windows 10. So those are not going to happen anymore. You can still get security updates for about another year if you enroll your install of Windows. I did that with mine. There is a requirement for that, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't remember what that was. Can I still see it? Let me see. Yeah, October, not August. October, my bad. Hello? Settings? Are you going to open? I swear, control panel was way faster to load. Also, where did my start button go? Hello? Windows? I think it froze. I should probably save this. At least Pinta didn't. Well, anyway, you can enroll for some extra security updates for about a year. Another extra year. But after that, Microsoft is not going to offer any kind of support. As far as for third-party developers, like developers who make browsers for Windows, for example, they are still going to support Windows. They're still going to make Windows 10, that is. They're still going to release newer versions of browsers and other software, like Krita, for example. They're still going to be making software that is compatible with Windows 10. Steam is another example. But it will come a time when those are no longer going to support Windows 10 on newer updates, like Windows 7, for example. If you boot up Steam on Windows 10 or Windows 7, sorry. I'm looking at this screen here because that's my Windows 7 PC. It will still load. I think it will probably still install. But you will get a message saying that the Windows 7 is no longer supported and that the program may no longer work at some point. And unfortunately that is going to happen. It will come a time when Windows 10 is no longer going to be compatible with newer versions of internet browsers, for example. So if you are using even Microsoft Edge itself is going to come to a point where it's no longer going to work on Windows 10. So as the browsers will lose support for Windows 10, the latest version of the Windows 10 is capable of running will come to a point where it can no longer render internet properly anymore. So you're going to start having pages not loaded properly or not even load at all when you try to browse the internet. And not to mention the security, the lack of support for security updates and stuff. So the OS will become more unusable in a sense, and also less secure. So it will come a point where whether you like it or not, also games, it will come a point where games will no longer install on Windows 10 anymore, because they are using something new that Windows 11 has that the 10 doesn't have. There are games that do not install on Windows 7. Games that came out a couple years ago on Steam, they don't install on Windows 10. They don't run. They may install, but they won't run, even if you are using Steam there. So it will come a point where you will be forced to move away from Windows 10, simply because the things you usually were doing will either not work anymore or not work as well, unless it is all completely offline stuff, of course. But anything that depends of an internet connection or something new, like drivers for the graphics card, for example, a newer graphics card, that's something that will come a point where it will no longer support Windows 10. So if you buy a new graphics card and you want to run Windows 10 on it, you cannot, because you don't have drivers that work with the thing. But yeah, just found the WinUtil site you mentioned. We'll check it out. Windows 11 came on my ROG Strix. I used PowerShell to mod the UI. They disappear in taskbar, a common occurrence for me. Sorry, I meant classic shell. Yeah, if you have to use Windows 11, I strongly recommend you go through and debloat it as much as you can. Do what you can to have an offline local user account, because Microsoft is doing everything possible they can to force you to use an online Microsoft account. I'm saying this as both a user and as an IT guy. Do not use an online account on Windows. You don't need that. Use a local account, a local offline account. And if someday you have to send your computer off to a technician to fix some problem, believe me, if they have to back up something from your PC or whatever other maintenance they are going to have to do on that thing, they will thank you if you are using a local account. I know, because I've been there, I've done that. But yeah, if you have to use Windows 11, customize it, debloat it, look into that thing that I told you guys about. Actually, let me look it real quick. Chris Titus, Windows Tools. Yeah, this here. It's on GitHub also. Chris Titus stacks Windows utility. This is excellent. Look into this, guys. Follow the instructions. Actually, no, I'm gonna drop a link of this in the chat on on Twitch. So yeah, look into this. This is great for Windows 10, Windows 11. I think it works on Windows 7 also, but I'm not sure, I never tested it. It is great for debloating, customizing some settings, making the OS more practical to use. You can also install some very good programs with this. You can also uninstall some programs that come bundled with Windows, stuff that you don't need. Yeah, it's great. He also has a YouTube channel. He occasionally makes update videos on this tool of his. This guy made this tool himself. He coded everything. I highly recommend. He also makes some other good tech content. He's great. I highly recommend this guy. I never met him, but his stuff, his content is really good. Windows Utility Improved. Yeah, this is great. This is great. This here is actually explaining what it does, how you can use it. But yeah, I strongly recommend this. But even more so, I recommend that you do not use Windows 11. It's simple as that. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go. Jesus Christ, it's already over 8:30. Time flew by. So yeah, for this artwork here, I'm gonna be using only these alternative programs. So yeah, guys, that's where I'm gonna leave here for tonight, everybody. Let me close this stuff. Oh, hang on a second. I forgot to date this progress sheet. Hang on. I gotta date it. Let's copy this to the progress sheet for backup purposes. Save this. That's not what I meant to do. Frick, why is it inverting the selection? This should not do it like this. Okay, invert. Now I can copy this. Now I can paste it here. Nope, frick, that just moves the selection. Wait. I'm gonna learn this program. There we go. That's what I meant to do. And select. Merge down. Excuse me. Let's write today's date on this progress sheet. Now on Paint, I usually use this brush here because it does that. I like that. I usually use that to date the progress sheet. Do you have anything similar to that, Pinta? Do you? I don't think. Well, splatter. No. Grid. No. Squares. No. Block. Yes. I found my brush. All right, let's give this a date. Oh no, wait a minute. Brush. Yeah, it's just the brush tool that I want. Turn on anti-aliasing for this. This needs to be bigger. It's a bit laggy though. I think it is a bit laggy. If I go faster, look at this. I'll go slow then. Alright, let's give this a date. Oh, this is laggy. Oh, I don't think I like this brush. Oh, this is way too laggy. I'm gonna have to write this very slowly. Because if I go faster on my usual writing speed, I went too fast there. It is going to get messy. I can write way faster than that. And that's good enough. That's actually way too big. I will redo this some other time. For now, let's just keep it that way. Alright, let's close the shop. There we go. So yeah, guys, this is where I'm gonna be leaving for today. When I'll be, man, I should be done with that game already. I keep missing streams. It's not even because I want to. I was supposed to stream yesterday, actually. Hang on, I always put on the calendar of my phone when I do a stream, which reminds me, I gotta remove the Gaming Friday from this weekend because I didn't do the Gaming Friday this weekend. But yeah, it was supposed to be part 6. I was supposed to play Albion part 6 yesterday. I know it's not Friday. Yesterday was Saturday, but I had my reasons to be doing the Gaming Friday on Saturdays. Which, now that I say this, I will most likely going to be bringing the Gaming Friday back to Friday, starting this week now. So yeah, there's that. Now, speaking of that, let's go here to December 12th, Friday, and let's paste Albion Part 6. And the save update the selected occurrence volume. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I am 100% sure I was supposed to at least be in late game territory by now. But I've been missing so many streams that I couldn't make progress. But I'm very sorry, guys. See, these kinds of interruptions that I have been having with this playthrough, they are the reason why I didn't want to start a long series playthrough, mainly of a very long game, and I knew Albion was going to be a very long game. That's why I didn't really want to start another long series playthrough, particularly Albion, just yet. I wanted to wait a little bit longer because of how things have been so unstable in my life lately. But I just couldn't wait any longer, so I started, and now there's these delays. I am very sorry, guys. I'm very sorry. Lamau, you're still in the beginning area. I know. Like I told you, I am pretty sure I should already be at least in late game territory. If not at the very late game territory, if not already done with the game, I should be at least be starting the later half of the game. And yet I am still in the starting area. I hardly started the game at all, to be quite frank with you guys. But yeah, everybody, hopefully I'm not going to be missing the next Gaming Friday on part 6 of Albion. And yeah. So guys, life happens. I know turbulence and chaos all quite all. Yeah, oh my God, life sucks. But yeah, hopefully things will work out with me driving, being an Uber driver, because that's what I'm gonna try to do next. According to my brother, he has a friend who is an Uber driver, and that friend, he manages to make about 5K in a month being an Uber driver. If I can get at least a half of that, that is already going to be a great start. But anyway, wish me luck, because I still have to change my driver's license to allow me to drive for hire. No, that's not quite the term. Drive professionally. You know, my license has to have a thing added to it that says I am making money out of driving, and to do that I'm gonna have to go through a few exams and do the psychological test again. I just renewed my license in August also, so I'm gonna have to renew it again to add that. But anyway, yeah, guys, wish me luck, please, because I need it. I am okay-ish for this month from with the money that I got from being fired from my job. But starting next month, I'm gonna be completely dry. I'm not gonna have any cash to afford absolutely anything, let alone rent. And I don't have a job. I do not have the time to go and look for a job. It took me several months. Actually, no, it took over a year, 2 years even, to finally get a job. And for whatever reason, they decided to fire me just out of the blue completely. But anyway, I don't have the time to go and look for another job now. This Uber thing, it has to work. I like to drive in the city, I like the city, so hopefully it will work out. Regardless, wish me luck, guys. Pray for me, please, because I need it. Thank you, Spartan, thank you. Though I play games, it took me 10 years to finish Red Dead Play 1. You know how long it took me to finish The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? You know how long it took me? I got that game on launch. You know how long it took me? I still haven't finished the thing. I haven't finished that game yet. I haven't finished it. And I don't even remember when it came out. But I'm pretty sure it's been over 5 years. But yeah. So guys, I'm gonna end here because I gotta go. I gotta rest. I'm tired. My cat probably wants food. He's not here right now, but soon he's gonna come in and start meowing, asking for food. Plus, it actually is past the time that I am supposed to put food in his bowl, so I'm not gonna blame him if he starts to get cranky and complain with me that his food bowl is empty. So yeah. Riptang, Spartan, everybody else, I don't know who's still watching the stream. Thank you all so much, guys, for staying this long. Even for you guys who joined later on, thank you so much for joining, guys. Everybody, thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope we had some fun. Tune in on the next Stewart Sunday for the continuation of this experience with trying Linux alternatives for my art. I'm actually excited with this, especially Krita. So yeah, it should be fun. It should be a fun experience. So yeah, everybody, don't even get me started on cleaning kitchens and any other parts of the house. Oh god, this room needs a cleaning. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. Hopefully, I wish you all will have a very great week. And hopefully I'll be seeing you all again very soon on the next live stream, whatever it might be. Gaming Friday, Short Sunday, some extra other stream during the week. Regardless, thank you so much, guys. Have a good one, and hopefully I'll be seeing you all again very soon on the next one. But until then, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Bye bye, everybody. Bye, Spartan. Bye, everything. Bye, everyone. See you. Dream of dragons. Bye.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't bet on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hope on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let it on my opinion of such bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, to bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. To bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let it mark my opinion of the stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you trash.